but I've been sending quite a few. So welcome to all. And are you able to hear the microphone or the sound or the audio without issue? Greetings, Ali. Perfect. It seems like there must be some type of obstacle going on as far as an IG block on Taylor's live streaming. I do know that what I saw earlier or just a few moments ago, one of his posts said he received a warning from Spaces or X. So that might eliminate X as far as the venue is concerned. Otherwise, we can go to Spaces and do part of the delay. I've sent several messages to him, but he has not responded yet. So perhaps it's just as well. So, and I do know that from my limited experience with the live broadcast, many hosts or broadcasters deliberately wait, I guess, as their audience fills in. I think that's possibly a good thing so that no one misses out. But perhaps that's something that I should do. It's just not one of my preferences to keep those who are present waiting. But since that seems to be the norm on most of these platforms, then I'll just wait a few moments if you all do not mind waiting a few moments as well. I just received a message from Taylor, and he says that he is going to be over this way, virtually, obviously. Possibly. Again, I'm unsure of how this all works. So perhaps it's just a technical issue. One cannot be in one stream and enter another without using some type of third-party application. In any case, I appreciate those who are remaining. Know that the broadcast, though live, the IG Live, will happen this evening. Greetings and welcome to all. Some familiar names and those who are unfamiliar or new here, welcome to you as well. I know with Spaces, from my one-time broadcast on there with Taylor, I learned that you can select a co-host. So I'm wondering if I can select a co-host here. I don't see that option. Okay. Okay. And I clicked on accept.
Can you hear me?
Okay, there you go. Okay. Should I came back twice, so I'm just gonna click the second cancel. There we go, second time. I saw the post just recently or about an hour ago regarding X. Is that considered a warning?
I don't know. I don't know if it's just from because of the country that I'm in, or what. But the post just says it's limited. Like I guess certain people you can view it if you choose to. Like I don't know if you've ever seen like reels on Instagram, like videos on Instagram where it says like this is sensitive content. You can choose to see it if you want.
I've seen that. I've seen
I
well, I've
think
seen it on Meta or so-called Facebook. I've seen it on that.
yeah, I think that's what they just did to my comment. I mean, it was instant. I mean, it was definitely like AI. Like as soon as I press enter, like because I know it's like it's just like Google where you as soon as you press a letter, it's monitoring you in real time as you enter
Hmm.
letters. So as soon as I got to Synagogue of Satan, it probably just tripped the line, and then because I pressed enter and then it was like boom, the app shut down, and I tried to get in the app and it was acting funny, and then I got the email that said that it was like your post has now has limited visibility. And
Probably best to use the dit dash dash dit.
yeah, my sister was telling me I should use like dollar signs and other characters to try to.
That was Morse code, by the way.
Oh damn, I need to get my Morse code together. Damn, I do need that. I need to know that.
I think that's for those who are non-parasitic in your audience, that they should do the same. It's crucial to have a second form, a third form of communication over these lines. It may be breakable, but at least it gives you slightly an edge, or at least you can apply your own code to it when communicating with those you care for and those you have to communicate with for any particular purpose that regards trust. So it's important to know that. I've heard of so-called safe words, etc. Well, it's important to do that. You should have safe words, safe signs, and also codes. So pick up a ASL card, learn the alphabet, pick up a card for Morse code, learn that alphabet. It's very simple. I would say that I'm almost fluent in ASL and definitely fluent in Morse code because I started early with that. But it's very basic. It's not like learning another language with grammar, structure, etc. So you can pick these things up easily. Just learn them over a period of 6 or 7 months to become fluent, and you can then apply these when you're on camera or when you're texting your, as I mentioned, the people you care for.
What do you think about Braille? Because I was told that Braille is different in different languages. So I'm like, oh, it's not. I thought it would be maybe more universal, but I guess you can't because the shape of the letters are different.
Seen Braille. I've read some Braille. It is, again, anything that gives you an edge and that can be used in exigent circumstances when you cannot speak might be of assistance, might be of great assistance depending on the circumstance. So everything that you can acquire. Remember, the capacity for your absorption is it's beyond astronomical. If you're looking to your brain, the compiler as the holder, then that's as far as you'll get. You'll be like a thumb drive with limited capacity. Just know that the brain, not to relegate the brain, but the so-called brain is basically like a compiler. You require it because you're in this form, but it is not the storage unit. Through it goes storage facilities, components, etc. Just like throughout your entire vessel, it's just one big recording vessel. I was going to say device, but it's not a dev. And so if you record things, and you do all the time, every moment you are recording, many things you extrapolate because they are they're repetitive. You don't need to record them again and again and again. You know what they are, but you're constantly recording this stimuli. And that's why it's great to have productive or not necessarily productive, but beneficial experiences. And of course, goes with this living in this realm, not so beneficial experiences as well. And then you record all of that. And I mean, really record it. Observation is key. You can record the surface, but keep in mind, everything's been recorded. Your access to it is crucial. Pardon. So you may not have access to everything based on your enhanced observation skills. Otherwise, you just get that surface level. Your dreams will tell you everything. And then, of course, if you want to take that step and go into that realm of trust, which I don't recommend, of hypnotherapy, a hypnotherapist, a trained, seasoned one, can bring out what you thought you didn't absorb or observe. But I don't recommend going into those realms because, again, it's like talking to the so-called spirit realm. You can go into that and get your tether, so-called tether, really screwed up. Most people who go into hypnotherapy remain in trauma. It's like being in AA for the rest of your existence here. So you have to be very careful with that. You can do auto suggestion on yourself if you need to relive and repair. You can do that on your own time, in your own realm, within the confines and safety of your own place, without jeopardizing the so-called tether. But pardon that tangent. Welcome, and I appreciate the welcome. So good evening and greetings to Taylor, or good day. I don't know. I guess it's sunrise there. Soon to be sunrise.
Yeah, no, salutations. Yeah, we'll definitely be talking probably through the sunrise, but it's good to have another day and then another way to connect while we still can in these ways and through these means. So yeah, I guess just glad to make the most of what we got here, the time we got here, and I'm glad we can allot this on a new moon and start another little cycle here.
Likewise.
And yeah, definitely glad we can build it.
And I noticed that when you contacted me and we conversed, I guess, kind of back and forth, you got a lot of questions from people, and I guess this would be optimum time to address those that you feel are vital or even noteworthy. Not to not to say to anyone that we are uh, filtering things, but some things are more of the egregious or exigent nature than others. Others, well, if we both decide, I guess we can address those too. Nothing is unimportant, put it that way.
Yeah, I guess some things is like a person just has to look at the question for itself, what it is, and answering it kind of doesn't even do it justice because I don't think that they're going to even comprehend the answer because they're not really asking the question. Because for a lot of questions, you can figure them out on your own, and it's not like. And I guess that's why you don't like to be treated the way you do, treated like Google and stuff, where people don't even greet you and stuff when they ask you questions and they send you emails and they inquire about things, and so it's like uh, if you don't have enough respect to greet a person or really put the syntax together and respectfully ask a question, then whether I answer it or not, you're not gonna move forward at all. You're still not comprehending certain basics that would make this obvious to you. And so I think certain things it be redundant to ask kind of.
Mm-hmm. So very true. And also in that regard, when it comes to interest, many, for lack of a better term for most, not for me or you, but many, they use that term. I'm interested in, it becomes the phrasal verb of choice. You don't have to express an interest. What you want to express is a need to know and an expression of that which you have prepared to learn or know. If you haven't, then an interest is just a passing fancy. It means that you truly are not going to embark upon or endeavor upon any type of path to a gain or path to progress. You're just curious. You can be curious about a food or anything. And those are things I don't say entertain, but those are things I do not indulge in because it's just literally, you want to say waste of time. It literally is in that sense a waste, not necessarily of time totally, but just a waste. So when you inquire or when you make an inquiry, know what's going on within yourself first. And of course, if it's desperation, then you definitely want to step back because desperation will lead you in strange ways, in strange places. Don't act out of desperation. Use your logic and then formulate your question. Because what's the primary thing we want from our questions and our interactions? Truth.
Definitely. And I know you said it the other day, you hit it on the head. You were like, man, I mean, if these people that are watching and observing these conversations, if they're not interacting, not participating, then they're just in it for endorphins. And it's no different than, it's just infotainment. And it's no different than scrolling reels or something.
You see that a lot online, which is the basic interactive television of the so-called modern era. Nothing modern about it, but that's basically what it has become. It's the interaction and the dopamine that comes from it, or the dopamine reaction that comes from it, in addition to perhaps even cortisol. Many like drama, so they like stress. They, and pardon the they, but many, in fact, could be some in the audience. So you want to avoid that in self and determine if that is what's going on within you. Everything that you do is important. You've heard me say that. So therefore, it's probably wise not to indulge yourself or anything or anyone else in so-called trivial matters, especially when it comes to your life. And everything pretty much does pertain to your life.
Yeah, definitely. Everything is definitely, giving you feedback. And it's a big, I guess, communication process with life itself. And um, you just got to, like you said, make yourself able to pay more attention. And it's like you want to enhance yourself with as many communication uh, modalities or mediums, I guess, what have you, to where you can decipher life in all these different ways. So you can make yourself available to actually have some like true absorption, like you were saying. And
And,
yeah,
and there's so much there in these realms, in these pockets of so-called intelligence or media or knowledge. But if you totally allow yourself to logically review and observe what's going on, these are repeat or recidivist patterns. These are also nothing more than true entertainment in the sense of junk food. And everything that goes in you is a form of communicative food. You don't want junk in your so-called storage. You don't want junk in the food, if you will, or the nutrients, the mental, cerebral nutrients that you will utilize as building blocks, as part of your ability to discern, your analytical skills, your creativity. You don't want junk to be part of that. And there's a lot of junk, literally a lot of junk. The internet is primarily junk, seriously. And of course, we know television was designed to distribute junk. And there are many who are more than willing and gladly uh, indulging in it for profit, obviously. And then, of course, there's that parasitic gain as well that you, I guess you couldn't put a so-called monetary sign on, but it goes with it. Most of the highest paid parasites are there to just either allow themselves to be pimped, or they're there to just absorb as much as they can from their fan base or followers, etc. This is what you find out if you are indulging in, and then do what you must to break away from that. No different than any other addiction.
yeah. I mean, that's what I wanted to ask you as far as making yourself more, like enhancing yourself on more tools for communication. Um, Somebody was asking about deciphering dreams, and it led me to like an idea, maybe like, because you used to always say that a household that has music in the household, somebody that actually plays and reads music or has like at least some type of respect for music on a fundamental level. Um, there's you said like, I don't know exactly the quote. It was years ago, but you're saying something like they have more of a chance. And I was wondering if like being able to enhance yourself with the ability to like read and write and compose music, does that give you a leg up, or does that help you more with deciphering your dreams? Because are like dreams more? Is it like a different kind of music that you don't know how to understand or read? Is that what a dream is?
In essence, to break apart your question, in essence, the access to tunes, so-called music, and the ability to create tunes, whether you can read or write or compose, is accessing parts of the so-called true self that you would probably not even access, and you should access these. And so if you have just one individual in a so-called household that has that ability, it's the equivalent of having someone who has a true raw talent or organic talent or skill, someone who knows how to walk out into the backyard and pick herbs that can heal or repair, as opposed to someone who can go to the nearest drugstore and fill a prescription. That's not a skill. So this access to something that is and was part of a healing complex or a reparative complex is crucial, is vital in a home. I don't know the numbers on it, but I can tell you this much. Over the span of so-called time or so-called decades, if you were to refer back maybe 50 to 8, more than 50, maybe yeah, no, 50 to 80 to 100 years prior, you had at least two in a home that one could play a piano, one could play guitar, and either by ear or through reading what is called a music sheet. Music sheets were the norm in in the so-called 20th century and earlier. Music sheet was the equivalent of an MP3. But the thing is, you had to play it. And so the music sheet would come with the notes and the lyrics or the words, and you would sing it with your group, whether it be your friends, so-called friends, or so-called family, and you would sing it. And someone, usually most households had a piano or a player piano, and you could either buy a sheet or you could buy a roll, and the roll would have a favorite song on it. That was, of course, during the so-called turn of the century. But then beyond that, into the so-called 20s, 30s, people would get music sheets, especially of popular music, and not necessarily just popular music, but this is how people knew songs by heart. But they also knew how to carry a tune. Not everyone, obviously, but those that had rhythm could do so. And then, of course, there are those who could play instruments. It was the norm. It wasn't something that was a rarity or that was this luxury item that only the so-called wealthy or those who could afford it could indulge in. Many places, well, you're an East Coast person, an East Coast East Coast man, you know, possibly you can ask your elders or older people in your family, did they have free music schools in the so-called mid 20th century and prior to that? And the answer is yes. If you wanted to learn an instrument, they had schools that you could go to after school and learn. Obviously, this is a public setting, so space was limited. You never really had an overcrowding problem. It was those who could afford it who would hire someone to come to their home. But even that was cheap by today's standards. You could hire someone for $5 to teach you how to play the piano and become a composer, a virtuoso in a few years. You could hire a Hebrew teacher for $2 to come to your home and teach you. That was then. But what occurred over time was this annihilation of an aspect of true self. And knowing tunes, I say tunes as opposed to music. If you listen to Parasoup, you know why. But knowing that capability, having that capability, puts you in touch with so much more, such as repairing cells, such as changing the so-called air of, or ambiance even, of a space through music, so-called music. And as you know, it does that now. It's innocuous and it's forgotten, it's not even looked upon. But that's because the tunes are basically canned, digital, they're embedded literally 99%, and I'll put a number on it. 99% of the so called music, now you're dealing with music, not tunes, are embedded with code. I mentioned how in a few episodes how it's done and what it's called. You don't want that kind of stuff coming into you. That's no different than genetically modified organisms in your food, or aborted fetuses, or human ash, which is in most foods, and parasites, which are sprayed on most foods sold commercially. But you don't know that because you can't see it. But that's the same thing with most music. That's why you know you're told one minute it's a cult in nature, and then the next minute you are indulging in it as if it's not there. There's a programming happening, and it's so insidious that it's hard to see. It's not actually hard to see. It becomes hard to see when you allow all the various distractions to overwhelm you, and you just basically have a facade self or many different facade selves. Therefore, so-called music is, in short, a part of you that you want to have around you. Should you learn how to play some instrument? Why not? You are taught, you're indoctrinated or inculcated to be so-called handicapped. Even that word has even been shunned. Oh, you can't use that because it puts people down. No, it's not a bad word. It's an actual word that tells you something is missing. Something has been deliberately cut off, or through some other means has been stifled or blocked. You have handicap in sports. That's still used. But the word, many different words, have been broken or taken out of the lexicon deliberately so that you won't truly think. Where can you get organic music? Analog was somewhat close to it, but you can embed, as you know, as those who have heard of backmasking or backmasking, etc. You can put words in the lyrics. You can play certain strings, and they can induce certain types of catatonic states. So vinyl was not even. It's less. Put it like this: if vinyl were a food, it would be the stuff you get at those Whole Foods markets in the pack. So it's not truly organic. It might say organic on the package. So it would be less detrimental than the stuff that is processed, packaged, shelved, and preserved, etc. The digital.
Why was the
And,
vinyl? Why was the vinyl a black disc instead of? I mean, they have different color vinyls, but why were they predominantly
you know,
black?
uniformity, that's one. And two, so that, it kind of masks the technical aspects of it, so that when you put it onto the phonograph, uh, and the early phonographs literally were like sharp needles, and you could actually, if you look closely, you could see it almost cutting into the material. That's why today, you don't have many of the songs from the early 1900s, so-called 1900s, in existence unless they've been restored and saved. And now through the so-called artificial intelligence, now they can restore that, and I'll talk about that at another time. What that actually pertains to, if you know how to play chess, it's not just bringing back things that are in stone, almost like runic leftovers. This has been done before. You've asked a question similar to this about how certain things have been brought out of a cataclysm and back into existence.
It's kind of like what they like, kind of like the I don't know if it happens in real life or if it's a hoax, but like the Jurassic Park thing where they find the DNA in the amber and they
Mm-hmm.
like and they can use it as like a way to like get the code and then they create these dinosaurs or whatever. It's like if you get certain frequencies or music or certain things, I guess you can trap certain things and then you can also invoke certain things. Um,
Yeah, many life forms, most life forms, can be reconstituted. That's the thing that is overlooked by most, but it's right there. It would tell you it's common. sense. Most things can be reconstituted back into form. Hence the reason why you're designed the way you're designed, so that you can be reconstituted to some degree, if necessary, when necessary. But for the most part, that which matters, in the sense of no pun intended there, but that which matters would be that energetic format, which you don't want anyone having access to, which is the goal again. The goal, and I mentioned before, I think it's Parasol 165, I think, about the core, and that's the goal, to get to that core beyond the so-called DNA, beyond the soul, beyond the spirit.
What does the core consist of? What does that even?
When
How?
you say what an atom consists of, that's the thing. Everything in so-called modern science is mostly theoretical, and they cannot even explain how can a so-called atom be self-contained in a sense.
By the fact that
They know,
it doesn't have to eat anything to power itself.
right. So I've explained that too. Also, when I broke down ATP, and I said that within the spermatozoa, our so-called sperm, exists that capability to power itself outside of the typical fuel process, the ATP, ADP processes that go on through mitochondria. So in other words, it doesn't even require mitochondria. It has within it the capacity to, and it would have to. That's speed. So where does that come from? I'm not going to say too much on it here, but that's what so-called geneticists, genetic researchers have been chasing after, how to get to that so-called energy source that exists primarily within the sperm. It's also in the egg, but primarily in the sperm and other cells, not just the so-called sex cells or the gametes, and other so-called cells as well, not all, obviously. And that's the ability to, outside of the so-called energy complex or energy setup and creation, outside of that, in order to generate action without it. The reason why I mentioned the sperm is because this particular capability would reside mainly with males, because male represents the go force, so-called go force. You've heard that before, the initiative force. So obviously, it would reside mostly in males, if not totally in males. But we couldn't say totally because females have some aspect of testosterone. She would have to, women would have to.
Yeah, I mean, testosterone is there to help replenish.
Power life.
Yeah, yeah, and replenish muscles, and no matter what sex you are.
Exactly.
So, man, yeah, I don't know if you wanted to continue down that route. I was gonna ask as far as like the demons, like as far as demonology is concerned, or spirits, programs, what have you. Is there when they were being summoned for certain tasks, was it just like, hey man, you play this in the flute, you play this on the piano, whatever, and you get this program. It might not be the physical yet, but it's like you get the ethereal, you caught, you summon it. Is it through music? Is that the way? Because Lucifer's the god of music, supposedly, right?
Uh, well, because there are many who want to crawl before they can walk, I have to be astute in answering such a question. In conjuring, I use that word for now, in conjuring certain states, one has to have access to an address because it's not an entity. That's what you're told is being so-called conjured. But conjuring is conjuring a state. When you think of a state, what is a state?
Um, I had to Google it to get the literary, the literal definition, but I guess the state is a condition
Mhm.
or yeah, or space.
And as you know, in English, it's a multi-purpose language, so one word can have several different offshoots or different meanings, but there's always one in there that's embedded, that is the actual meaning of that word or term. So when you think of state, some think of status, but you're close. Continue. One more. This is not a guess. I'm not doing a guessing game. But what do you think state means?
Um, well, yeah, like I guess breaking down the word state is kind of like status, but I don't know. I don't know beyond that. I really don't know. Like etymologically, when I look it up, it says manner of standing or condition.
Okay.
It says partly a shortening of estate.
Hmm. So it's a condition of being, right? In a particular form, in a particular stage, as in a pattern, a particular pattern that has a manifestation in reality. So, for example, the state of coriander. We know what coriander is based on the type of, it comes from cilantro, but if it's coriander, then that means it's in what state? It's in a molten state, and therefore, at that particular time, it has a particular purpose. So, in order to summon, so-called summon, and that's another thing too. You can refer to past podosotes for you newbies. The difference between the differences between pray, invoke, and summon. So, if you summon something versus invoke something, it has to be based on state, its jurisdiction, and you have to have jurisdiction over it in order to bring it into fruition or into a particular mode. If you do not have that, then woe, as they say, be unto the summoner or invoker.
So it's the if
These
it's a
were,
pattern.
oh, pardon, I was just going to say quickly, these were individuals who studied and who had wise mentors and teachers about them, and nothing was haphazard nor accidental. Obviously, nothing is perfect because we see the outcome in the case of Saul. So, but the difference is today, as I said at the top of this question, many want to crawl before they can walk, if they're going to walk at all.
Okay. I was gonna ask if like if it's like a pattern. Um, is it kind of like the way I was? Is it like how you got the pattern maker and then you have the pattern itself? The pattern's like the reflection. So,
The tintype, the
I'm
mold.
sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said the tintype or the mold.
Okay, so like if you got a pattern that you take a little piece off of, is it like a location on like a piece of graph paper?
You were in the right direction at the beginning when you said, is it like a tintype or is it like a pattern or something that you can place something in? Think of it along those lines. And I'm not giving anyone nor am I sharing it a how to. This is just so that you get a rudimentary knowledge of what a so-called entity is, demon, etc., is versus what you've been told or shown in media or pop culture or religion. When you think of putting something in, well, you've heard of a die being cast, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Many things have to be cast. You've heard of people casting spells.
Casting a fishing net.
Right. You cast to bring something in. You cast a line to bring something in. You have to have the right type of bait, depending on what, you can just throw any bait out there and get whatever, or you have to know what really is in that area, or if it's a wide area, well, it's pot luck. But if it's a lake, maybe you've had experience with that lake. If it's a river, maybe you've had experience with that river and the season when things spawn or when they swim upstream or downstream, etc. You have that kind of foreknowledge and insight. There's a lot to know before accessing any type of realm, and that includes praying to what one would call the Most High, so-called God, Haya Haya, Yahweh, etc., Adonai, etc. Whatever you're going to say, you would have to know exactly what you're doing before attempting to commune, invoke, summon, etc.
And that's kind of like what you were saying in the last, maybe it was two talks back when you're talking about like if you're trying to call somebody and you're just guessing phone numbers.
Mm-hmm.
You
Right.
gotta be, yeah.
To
You gotta
call someone you know, well, first of all, the only time you would call someone you don't know is if you are deliberately playing a prank, or you just don't care, or you allegedly accidentally called them. And there are no accidents because you could have taken the time to find out. And then if you found out that that number doesn't connect with that individual and the information you have is insufficient, so you don't do that. You might find some other source. Hey, you're going to go online and try to find them by email or search school records, or maybe someone who knows someone who knows someone who knows them, but you're not going to fall into the realm of accidental. So there are no accidents, and especially in certain realms, you don't want to have accidents, so-called accidents. There's no oops.
So, like, when it comes to them being an address, or it's like a domain.
Think of an address in the sense of the old or the previous technology, maybe 3 or 4 so-called generations of storage media. You would have an address, and then this is just based on what I've read. You would have an address on that medium, and pun intended, and with that address, at that address, certain things could be recalled. You could wipe that address clean. I think you and I discussed this before. I mentioned this about the so-called brain and the swiping of brain matter by electronics or electrical systems in order to basically degauss the the brain, which didn't really wipe away the so-called energy or state, so-called memory, but actually just wiped away the address to those connected data.
Yeah, because I mean, all binary code, the bits are all magnetic. So if you run a magnet over a hard drive, a big enough magnet, it'll scramble all the the, the bits. All
And
the
why can a lettered agency specialist take that same drive and then reconstitute that data, if not all of it, most of it? That means it's still there.
Yeah, it's kind of like the example you used to use for like a VHS or a cassette tape. How like the layers are still there, on top, on top. You can keep recording movies on top of the VHS, but the original movie is there still.
And these are inorganic things. Just imagine when you're referring to the complexity of the sentient. You have the capacity to, and you do, think about it. You are the amalgamation of all that came before you. So you've got the capacity to access everything that they had, but you have to know how to get there. You have to know how to have the correct state of being in order to get into that.
So like you gotta have the right VPN.
Right. And so when you know what the term daemon means, it's not what you have been told. People think of demon as an entity. It's a state. A so-called
So
a
like
so-called jinn manifests a state around its victim. So they are unaware of what's going on around them. They think they're in the one realm and they're actually in another realm. It has manifested a state. So-called jinn have the power over status or state,
so
turning a hovel into a palace, but it's not really a palace.
the main example that I see from that, as far as the correct spelling of a daemon, is the email one. When you email something that doesn't have an address,
Mhm.
and then you get the automatic, as soon as you send the email, it says mailer daemon notice, and it's just this. I get, it's not like an entity, but it is. It's kind of like, yeah, you've reached the dead end, and this is the feedback from the dead end.
And you have to wonder, why did they choose that word? Could have chosen some other word, but they chose daemon or daemon, which if you look at the etymology, it's the same thing. It's the same word, as far as I know.
So a daemon is not self-aware.
Mm. If it's a state that you're bringing about and you do so through what you call a daemon, then it would have to be more than just self-aware. It would have to be aware of your surroundings, you, and that which you are attempting to manifest.
So is it like creating or experiencing self-awareness through the summoners or the conjurers?
Exactly, because the power to manifest what we are in has to be only, pardon me, only within the hands, if you will, of that which manifested it all, the grand architect or something, not within the hands or realm of the lesser. They have capacity to do certain things in conjunction with the man, human, or mankind, or human. Maybe that was the warning that was given, because now they are like us.
Yeah, I remember you were saying that we just reached this threshold where the parasites are becoming self-aware or are have reached a certain level of self-awareness.
Again,
So that that magnetic wiping, does it only affects the state? It doesn't affect the eukaryotic, the core.
if if a sentient or something like a sentient is unprotected, let's use the visual of a Faraday cage. I think someone was just thinking that. You use that as the, not the metaphor, but the analogy. Everything outside of that Faraday cage is probably going to be corrupted or fried, in the sense of electric, anything that relies on or comes through electrical system or component. So if it's within that state of protection, then it's fine. And so outside of that, but then what can it do in a realm where it requires some type of source, electrical source, and there's no electricity? So it has to have state, a state of being. So a so-called daemon or demon outside of a state that has no complex that it's used to, if you will, it does nothing. It means nothing. You have to call forth the state.
So is it like a phone that's off?
It's like a phone that's off. I repeat, because I want to make sure that I get this question. Is a phone? You mean modern phone or landline phone? Because none so-called modern phone is never really off.
Um, and I guess it'd have to be a landline phone or some sort of device that is a communicator device that when the power is not running through it, I mean, yeah. So is the phone itself, since they're droids, or they're iPhones or whatever, are they a metaphysical spirit that's congealed into a phone and that has gotten a power source?
Now you're into another realm. When you think of items or inorganic objects or inanimate objects and how they can be imbued with data, so-called spirit, the status of that thing has to be something that can receive it as a receptacle. You know, the purpose of a cross or a statue or an item, a relic, etc. Well, actually, a relic would be bones, but and I guess that would be imbued with the so-called spirit of that so-called saint. Well, the item has to be in a state completely that it can house that thing. You know, they give you in those stories of the so-called genie, they give you this very childlike representation or metaphor, if you will, of a so-called jinn in a bottle because it can only exist in a bottle or it's imprisoned in a bottle. So it's imprisoned in a bottle, but outside of that bottle, it has to go back to the bottle ever so often because it's not in its natural state. And in order for it to exhibit any power, it has to create a state. The state is usually represented by a conversion of the person who wants to utilize its power. So through its so-called wishes. And again, these are the wish. If you read these books, the wish is a metaphor. It's not an actual wish. A wish is actually kind of like a prayer. You can say it's praying in a sense.
So I guess I got to back up a little bit as far as
But
I guess I got to back up a little bit as far as what a state actually is. And
it's very important to know that. You can look it up in various contexts. First, starting with the legalese context, and then basically legalese will tell you a lot, and go from there.
what would be like the chemical or physical uh, analogy or expression of what a state is, or
Okay,
something that
well, in the chemical realm, we won't even go into this, but in the chemical realm, the state of certain compound or solution, it changes based on certain other states. So it's all about state, or if you will, status. And each can change depending on what you introduce it to or what you take from it, it will change. And so you can also change its manifestation. It's no longer the same thing. You can think of genetically modified foods like that. It's still an apple. It's just not a natural apple or an apple, a true apple.
Apple-ish.
Apple-ish, exactly.
Yeah. So so I guess there would be environmental factors for a state, but the is there a core? Is there a core there at all, or is it just a fragment, kind of like a virus is like just supposedly just like kind of like
So
loose codes?
states are I guess you could say, temporary forms of actual existence or being. It's one of the reasons why empires exist, to keep you in a state. When I say you, you know what I mean, the universal you, to keep so-called people, sentient, in a state. And there are various states. Not everyone dwells in the same state.
So
And I don't mean in the sense of Sao Paulo or New York.
if you're in a fugue state, that's a state.
Correct. And if you are subject to that state, then you dwell within that, you act within that, you have no capacity outside of that. So these summoners you look at the book Demonology, when someone would summon a demon, they would want it to be in a particular state and only that state, so that they can have some type of control, if you will, over it or access to it.
So does this go like the same thing with music as far as like the frequency, the state? Is it like you're saying it's a place more so, location more than like a actual sapient presence?
You can call it that. A state is what? What is a state? Is it it's a combination of things. It's a combination existence. So it's the thing, it's the res, and it's the experience that you witness as you come in contact with it. Kind of like sound. Sound only, like you mentioned music, there's only sound unless it comes through your senses. And to that degree, but we know that sound exists outside of your senses too. It's been proven. But we experience it in a particular state.
So a fugue state is actual a spirit. It's actually a program. The fugue state.
Correct.
And how? So, and I guess is the state itself determined by just ingredients, like environmental ingredients, like kind of like a cauldron?
You mean all the various uh, ingredients, like a concoction?
Yeah, like whether it be, communicating through these phones or 5G or, all the different forms of the bombardment that we have. Is like this is creating. It's like a cauldron.
Well, in this realm, you would have to have all those factors because you don't exist in this realm without them. That's why you see or read in books of people using certain strange substances or components in order to bring forth or summon or invoke particular states. And often you're told that a state is only manipulatable or accessible within self. So you have a state of concentration, a state of meditation, all allegedly just within. You are not told that you can, and obviously you can, manipulate the states outside yourself.
So if something is actually a demon, um, does it have no? It has no ability to affect what's outside of itself? Like, because you have to come into the state for it to reach you.
The the summoner, as well as the so-called entity, have to, in a sense, make a contract, and that's why usually in these contracts there is some symbolism, certain symbolism, and often blood involved.
So the blood just gives it some sort of spark. Feels like it's like the infinity or the eternity, like physically embodied.
Yeah, well, you ask you should ask also, why do so-called people or sentients have blood? It's not just so that the vessel can function and operate and act as a transport. It's more than just that. and therefore it is, it's bought and sold as a commodity.
What would you actually call blood? What's the proper definition for blood, or like a description rather for blood? What is it? What is it actually compared to
Liquid portal.
liquid portal? So would it? 'Cause there's so many different ways I end up looking at blood. Like I want to call it plasma. I want to call it iron. I want to call it all these things, but portal is a more encompassing description.
Hmm. It had many, I guess you could say, manifestations. Not many, but a few.
What is a portal exactly then? Like, is it just is it means for consciousness to experience itself?
Let's see what you recall before I answer that, if you don't mind. What do you recall from what? Well, first we'll start with what I had mentioned when you visited out on the ranch, and then I think another time when I put it in a few potasos. So if you don't mind, I'd like to see if you recall what you recall, rather, not if you recall, but what you recall.
From the potasodes, I just and from my interactions with you, I just remember you saying that people themselves are portals. But then I don't know, like if the person or people are just husks for the portal, it doesn't really tell me what exactly a portal is, and I don't know,
Take,
can't really.
take your best educated, yeah, or not educated, but your best logical guess. Pardon the noise in the background.
I remember you were saying that Bill Gates was kind of cynical and calling it a Windows program,
Mhm.
and I don't know. I would just assume portals are some sort of window into eternity.
Or into a particular state.
So if you are originator or original, you're a portal that can peer into the original state
Okay.
or part of it. I don't know how you, or it just expresses that.
Hmm. If you have original core, sure, more than likely, and it hasn't been compromised, or and many have been compromised.
So so a demon would just be like a window into the fugue state, whatever states, the different shades of pride and vanity.
Hmm. And you're taught that it's some type of entity. It takes on the entity form when you're dealing with the so-called sentient, the person. That's why they utilize. If I don't know if you've read all of that, some of the books on demonology. It will tell you that you have to do something with the vessel before summoning or invoking. You have to change the state of things. And outside of that context, in a more productive, or pardon me, not productive, I don't want, in a more holistic, truly natural realm, one has to alter state when fasting, whether it be for repair or acquiring true knowledge or acquiring insight into a situation. So you're definitely, and you've heard the term altered state.
Yeah, definitely. Altered states of consciousness is a constant, frequently used term.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
So when you have a body that is essentially like a fabricant, it's basically just like being put in a pool, or is it, or like a, as far as the state that it's in, does it represent the state, or is it being brought into the state, or is it the same thing?
The so-called body.
Yeah, because if somebody is I don't know if they are a demon or if they're in the state, is it like being immersed in a pool in a sense? Like you're in this location, you're in this pool, you're in like you're submerged in this state. So then your body is like a doorway into that.
You mean like what every person in the so-called systems of the empire have become as a result of these state creating or state manifesting tools or so-called papers or documents? Through these documents and one's compliance, you are becoming manipulatable, controllable state, and each state has a particular purpose. You know, you could have ward of the state, the state. So obviously, there's an over soul, or not even oversoul, pardon me, overstate, and everything exists within that state. You are to break out of that. That is that bondage that is so entrenched and hard to recognize when you're in it that you must break free from. That's the bondage.
There's a passage in the Tao Te Ching. Yeah, it just talks about evil. Like it's I know it's so many different translations, but it's just saying that evil, if you don't oppose evil, then basically it takes itself out. And I I don't mean that in like a not standing up for what's correct, but does it make sense? It's like when you are the only way that I guess evil can reach you is if you enter that state. Like that's the only way that it like if Satan is punishing or the adversary is like the one carrying out punishment or what have you, isn't that just an extension of its own punishment? Like it's punishing itself, and then anything that gets caught up in that undertow is being punished because it's merging with that state.
When you think of snow, you think of snow. You don't think on the surface, you think of snow, but you don't think that this is also water or that this is also partially hydrogen. You don't think in those terms. Most don't. When you think of snow, you just think of this soft, white, fluffy stuff, this frozen stuff. That means that it in itself is its own format. That well, it is the format that it was manifested as. So you said you used the term shaitan or Satan as a punisher. Well, that means that just using that example, that means that that is punishment. It's not, we put names on things so that we can identify and conceptualize so that it can be consumed by a so-called rational brain or so-called mind or even a somnambulistic mind, half sleep, half awake mind. But that is probably doing yourself a disservice because now you are missing out on what is, or pardon me, I don't like to use is, but you're missing out on the fact. You're missing out on the truth. Religions have done that, and not just religions, ideologies have done that, deliberately blinded many throughout so-called time. Now it's time to undo that if you are ready and not afraid. So in answer to that query, that question about if there's one that kind of counteracts that. Good, evil persists if when good men do nothing. So in other words, you have to indulge evil and fight it or whatever in order to get rid of it, or otherwise it's going to walk all over you. So that would kind of be the antithesis to what you just said. Like if you ignore it, it'll go away, but at the same time, you recognize it's there. Just don't fall into its trap, so that what? It has that to control over you, jurisdiction over you.
Yeah, it's yeah, when it comes to that, it's like another Tao Te Ching verse when it's talking about like when they use the word heaven. They're saying when heaven uh, is going to protect somebody, it doesn't send an army. It protects them with care or with love. And so it's not, I guess it does. It's not like fighting fire with fire. It doesn't. I guess it doesn't make sense because then I don't know. It's like you would fight, you fight hate by not fighting it and just being true, and then I guess hate would just take itself out.
Okay? Then the only way to test that is to do it on a large scale, starting with everyone who is here, the 17 listeners who are here, and those in the potential who will hear this, because this is always going to be active when you know what I know about so-called time.
Because I guess it's this what we put into the ether, whether we upload it or not, is there.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to ask you that as a personal question of mine is what exactly is a memory or what constitutes a memory and like what constitutes a dream? What makes something a dream? And a friend of mine asked as well, they were like, what's the difference between a dream and an astral projection? I know there was a few questions, but my question was what makes a memory a memory? What's the fabric of a memory? Like what's a correct description of a memory?
There are various obvious levels, if you will, of so-called dreams, and you can access all of them, or you can access part of them, or you can access none of them. So, in tying them in with so-called memories, memories act as either fodder, material for a dream or dreams, no differently than you use nutrients or so-called nutrients and vitamin minerals, etc., in order to do what your metabolic construct wants to do or needs to do, and the rest of your rhythms have to do to maintain you. It uses what you have. So a dream will use so-called memories, but are they memories based on what you just said about something always being there once it's put there, put out there, so-called out there. So if a memory is something that is based on stimuli and experience, it's always there. So that means that the capacity for dreams is endless unless you allow it to or you force it to only be based on your memories. So all it has is those so-called nutrients and nothing more. But even then, you'll notice that there's this kind of autonomic action to your dreams. It won't allow you to do that. I mean, you really have to do some really egregious things to self and true self, or be completely calcified, or just be so-called spirit, in order to block yourself from that massive, immense capacity. And there are millions who are like that. You don't want to mate with those because you really are. If you expect, you could mate with them, but it wouldn't be wise to bring forth offspring. Just to adopt. Why would you do that to an innocent coming through? Now they have the potential for not being able to access that so-called eternity through dreams.
So when it comes to dreams, like how like who would be your arbiter for the dreams? How would you discern like if you have lost trust within yourself and if you breached yourself, as you would say, what what is the best way for you to like to have an objective arbiter for system, a system to identify and discern dreams, what a dream is, what's a memory, and what you're feeding it, I guess too. Because if you're creating, because a lot of people, I feel like, if you're talking about feeding your experience nutrients that are not from the same old memories and the same old song, maybe you would go into drawing or building things, or pottery, something, make building something, sculpture, something to where you're actually visualizing something that isn't from memory. It's just something you're actually using internal vision. But how would a person know that they're actually seeing something new that's being created as they simultaneously see it, or if it's just a memory that they're recalling and then like they're just doing the same thing again?
Well, you have to learn the language, and that takes study, that takes envisioning, as I call it in my mentoring initiative. That literally takes work, and you can't be afraid of it. When you refer to so-called memories and having a limited capacity, think about what you asked earlier and what I mentioned earlier about having access into that amalgamation of all those who came before you. You basically are part of that complex. You have access to that complex. Why wouldn't you?
It's like how you can play the old video games on the new stations, on the new systems.
I guess so, yes. Why not?
So when it comes to dreams, like what is a dream made out of? Like is it like the initial dream, like the initial inception of a dream? Like what is that source of that? What is the substance of that?
Do you mean as in mineral component?
Yeah, like what are we looking? Are we visually seeing music? Is like you're just seeing sound? Like what is it like that? Is it just like pure light and patterns?
That's, that's the wonderful thing about dreams that they said, as I said before, the unlimited capacity to be anything and everything or nothing at all. So it's it's beyond imagination, and it's definitely beyond so-called consciousness. So-called consciousness. That's actually something that you manifest through your experience, through your living. But the memories, they play a part. Yeah, they have to, because you that should give you some idea or some clue about your so-called being. That memories connect or can connect to that which came before you, but at the same time, going outside of your indoctrination, a memory can also be proactive, not necessarily just retroactive, as in, what came before, what you experienced. We have to start looking at things in a different way, a different perspective, maintaining rationality within this realm, this empire, but recognizing that memories, which you're going to be shown soon and should be recognizing that these so-called scientists, researchers in these institutes, these universities like Stanford, what they're working on is attempting to breach that, to show you or to show themselves and to then monopolize it, that memories go in many directions. Obviously, so there's no backward motion, linear memory. There is, but then geometrically speaking, they would have to go in all various directions, the various pathways, including if you want to look at it as ahead or in advance. That's the memory. It's not
So
just, when you think of an answer to a question that you allegedly don't know, are you pulling it from that which you've already experienced? Are you using the mechanics of so-called logic and analysis in order to come up with an answer? Or are you doing all of the above in addition to that which hasn't come yet, or the potential, and then coming forth with an answer? That's the answer right there. So memory is not just what you have been told. It's not just something of the so-called past that you have access to. And so therefore, if the dream state utilizes, doesn't rely on, but utilizes memory, then that tells you these are very powerful states.
Because it's a quantum thing, and I guess the dream. I guess if you are, I always think about that as far as the perspective of time being changed or altered or whatever. However, where yeah, I have a dream of something that eventually ends up happening, or I have a dream of that I'm with someone that already died, or died relative to this experience, and like if they look at it like that, is like if they supposedly died in the past, but I'm experiencing them now in a dream that is past their death or in the future of their death, then yeah, like this is like a memory of the future. How is it? What is the memory of the future? So it's like, is it something that exists that's available? Is it something that's just like there? That's just part of the ether and is it like a film? Is it kind of like that? Like if you like you said, you could trace back,
Mm-hmm.
you could trace back memories. You're just like thumbing through the film and going through the role, and then you get further and further back, and then I guess you watching the whole reel. But um, I I guess some people, if you're just a clone, then where does your where does your reel come from? Are those memories not even your memories?
Probably not. But think about this. Um, have you read any of those books by Manly P. Hall? Or, well, the one that is put out there for everyone to see?
I've just listened to his lectures before some time ago. It's been
Okay.
almost 20 years. But I used
Okay.
yeah.
Well, he was one of those who had access to some initiate, probably some Prince Hall Mason showed him the way, and they reference these things, and you hear them in, for example, the speech that was not written by so-called Martin Luther King, but actually written by a Kabbalist and a Mason. But you notice it uses a present tense format of an auxiliary verb. It says, I have a dream, not I have a dream. So it's talking about, as you just said, a memory that hasn't come yet, or a memory of a potential possibility, or a memory of a potential path or future. Memories go in every direction. If you want to say back and forth, that's fine.
So, like when a parasite, like there was there was some movie I was watching, and the guy had a parasite, and I think it might have been called Dreamcatcher. I'm not sure if it was the right one, but it was the parasite was going into this is like a in the library of the person, right? It's like their brain basically, it's like manifested as a library, and they were going in there and they were deleting the memories of the person. So then they had no they had no recall, and it's like are the memories like edible fat? Like, is it something that can be consumed? Like, if it can be deleted, or is it just the recall is missing because the state has changed? Or I guess I don't want to ask too many questions, but
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
is that the memory itself? I guess that's what I'm asking. Like, what makes it the fabric of the memory, and and how does a person lose the memory? Like, if it's always there, it's just scrambled.
Memory's primary memory, a memory, the primary components, pardon, I just say it simply, the primary components of memories, the tertiary component and primary components are sodium and hydrogen. And both of those can be consumed and are editable or desirable, if you will, by some form of life. I mean, we consume water and so-called water, and it has hydrogen. We consume sodium. So yes, memories are also considered food by someone or something.
Because like if you're implanting them, I'm like, man, this how could if it then it's a tangible thing at some level. Because if somebody has someone else's memories, like if you're just a closed loop and you're a demon, just a vessel, just an open vessel, kind of, then you're just a graft that doesn't have any roots or branches, and you're just kind of grafted onto a tree, and you don't really have any. None of the fabric within you really comes from that tree, so it's like it doesn't have anything to like relate its existence to. There's no medium for relation, I guess, and I feel like the memories would have to be that. So then, like, where it is, how do you move them? It's just like anything. Like you, this is just like a drive. This person's body's a drive. I'm dropping these memories in there.
Now, pardon as I ask a question, answer a question. With a question, are you referring to a particular type of people?
I don't know because I don't really know particularly um, if they're based on my research of clones. It seems to be different generations of them, and
Mm-hmm.
from different nests, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I don't know if there. I don't know if there is a term. I don't know it to make a sweeping statement for what that all encompasses, like graphs in that respect, or if there's a better. There's one particular graph that is the one that I need to be using as an example for a graph.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, what label to call it because I remember you were saying like there's words that they let us use that we get caught up in, and then there's an actual probably real description that would be more accurate to what we're talking about here.
Well, put it like this: there is so much to acquire and absorb while here. Some might say, "Oh, it's unfair," and then others might still be on that heaven versus hell paradigm. And mind you, you had mentioned heaven before. That's not something I had mentioned. And in the so-called Bible or scriptures, heavens are mentioned, but not as a place for post-life existence. It's just mentioned as a place, if you will, for they don't use the word dwelling, but you could, if you'd like to infer that the dwelling place of celestial or elemental, but not for so-called sentience, whether that be a so-called soul bearer or spirit body. There's a realm for both. There's a realm uh, outside of that realm. Where do they go? These are things that you can find in these allegories or encoded in these accounts. So, one major one that many have had and have asked me, why was the so-called serpent, which people equate with the so-called devil, allowed to remain even after being demoted? Why not, take your sentient creations or manifestations and place them elsewhere? Well, they were through their own devices, if you will, through so-called disobedience or curiosity and disobedience, ended up in another realm. So did they get followed by serpent, or did they take it on in the so-called code in their own status? So that makes more sense. That makes sense that someone carried it with them. Think of, okay, you want to make a movie reference. Think of those so-called alien movies where someone has an alien in them and they're in stasis mode while they're traveling through the so-called space non-existent space, and stars, etc. But they have no idea until they reach their destination, and then the alien pops out. So that would make sense that in these tales, these accounts, these stories, or not necessarily allegories, but in these stories, that in order to bring about a lesser state, one has to compromise oneself, and then you go to these different states of existence. And in this particular state that soul bearers and spirit bodies find themselves in, very ignorant state, where there's so many questions and so few answers to those questions. But there are answers, that's the thing. They're just not readily accessible. Because why would they be considering what occurred before? They have to, there is a saying that says, prove thyself worthy to study. Well, most don't want to go that route, or they're willing and ready to just settle. The question is key. Whether you're referring to dreams, whether you're referring to so-called demons, or the existence thereof, the question is the thing, and knowing how and what to ask and how to ask as far as the breakdown of a true question, the breakdown of an argument. Literally, there's a purpose for that so-called syntax. They didn't just pull that out of their hat or wherever. This is profound, and it comes from the root, if you will, of mankind, and human, or man, human, and mankind. It didn't start with Aristotle, obviously. He plagiarized it, but we know where he got it from. All these various so-called Greeks took it from Ionians. Ionians took it from so-called, the misnomer, Egyptians, and so on and so forth. But these realms of language usage, which is like a symbolic code, similar to the wheel, the flowers. In order to know what is being written and what is being spoken, if you will, or communicated, you must know the root of it all, the root language. And the various languages of this plane, of this realm, are lacking. Obviously, there are those that might have a modicum of the answer, but they don't. I'm speaking of the ones that are in opposition to the so-called Western languages, the ones that go from right to left or left to right. None of them do what the so-called Medu Neter did, but was the so-called Medu Neter closer? I think it was much closer to the core language, being able to access core. But did they have it? No, obviously someone came before them, or before they became dynastic. They were able to access these realms, what today you would call everything from prayer to just basic knowing and comprehension, instantaneously.
So, like in the throughout a lot of these books that are supposedly ancient or special books, they talk about heaven in different contexts. Like if you read I Ching or Tao Te Ching, they talk about heaven as if it's no different like than the sky or the heavens, like just the ethers. It's not like it's
like a place.
Yeah, it's not like separate from this overall experience.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the Bible in Hebrew, it's saying well, Hashemayim, right? Which and Mayim means water, so it's just like I guess the water above.
Correct. The firmament.
So what I wanted to ask was like, I don't know if you kind of already answered it, but as far as like the different constellations, when it comes to the different spirits of the world, be it like you got the dog star,
Hmm.
or is that where the consciousness of like the Canis, the dog, comes from, and then you have like all these different like houses that are, that I guess when like, say a dog, if a dog transitions from being in his body to being in the ether, is that where it transitions, transmigrates to its consciousness, its presence? Is that where it goes? And then when if it's supposed to reincarnate in the cycle of this, this cell or this experience here, it comes from that place. And is it the same thing for um, the? I guess would it be the same thing for all spirits or programs?
Where all spirits come back or come to and come from.
Is that where are they coming out of different like houses, different constellations, like whether it be a human spirit, like a chimera, or just a drone person, or like whether it be like a dolphin? Do they come from different houses in the heavens?
Looking at it in the connect the dots way, you, you could say that everything has a source. So wouldn't that stand true for so-called spirit? They have to have a source. Whether it's a source or sources, there's a source to them all, whether those sources are celestial so-called bodies or groupings, so-called constellations. We are taught that so-called astrology, if you will, whether, depending on its culture base, whether it's the so-called Vedic or any of the others, or even the so-called Chaldean, really talked about much. But in any case, we know that so-called spiritual essence or spiritual influence, or just influence, which would be spirit, from the essence of the so-called celestial bodies, allegedly has an influence, or at least acts as a guidepost to sentience within a realm, within a realm. One could say that there's a connection, an unseen connection between all of these celestial forces that could have been utilized in some form or format in order to manifest man, human, and mankind, in addition to all the other so-called sentient creatures. Allegedly, there are cultures that actually thought that way.
So when it comes
That's,
to the Nephilim, because it means to fall. The fil, the phila is to fall. So the Nephilim are the fallen ones. Like those are beings that were supposed to be up there. That's their place where that's their realm, and they came and they breached another realm.
did they breach it?
I'm asking if or did they breach another realm, or is it or do they just have a physical experience as well that just cycles through?
If you're going to use the term breach, you can look at it in the action. Well, nonetheless, it's an action, but breach of what? Breach of a veil, breach of a promise, breach of a hymen.
All types of breaches.
Mhm.
All types of matrices getting breached.
Okay. So in breaching something, one automatically falls from trust. One would have to have an actual valid, sound conclusion or reason for a breach, for the benefit of the collateral, for selfish purposes? Doesn't that go against what some of the details about that realm, those realms that they are unable to, or they're not imbued with decision-making skills? They can only act a certain way. And then if that's the case, how could they breach? And, and if you're the principal and your agent breaches your promise, then what do? You get them to compensate you. But how can you compensate that which has that which is everything? You can only serve out a sentence, if you will, or a so-called punishment, and what? Cause more strife or make amends?
Um, I don't know. I don't know if it's like when it comes like when I was looking at the MetaNetter, um, the one of the laws says that that you have the power. Like nobody punishes, no rewards, nor protects, and that you have the power of controlling these for yourself. So it's like when you break the trust, it's like something gets broken inside of you, and then you no longer match the likeness of what created this whole thing. So then it's like it's not like a punishment, right? The thing is punishing itself through the process of breach, right? I mean, it seems like it's not like they're being locked out. It's like that they've locked themselves out.
Because they've changed their state.
And the only reason I would think you would do that is this is like any parasite. Like when a parasite go like reanimates a snail and puts the snail in, or like would they say like the cat parasite when the mouse has the parasite and then mouse takes all kind of crazy risks now and then the cat it puts itself in harm's way so the cat can get it. Now the parasite can jump from the mouse to the cat because it was influencing the mouse so that it can be get absorbed into a bigger host. And so I was always wondering, like, is this what's happening? Like there's a minute parasite that's trying to feed us into a bigger thing so that it can use that as a host.
Well, remember the podcast that I did back in 2009 or 2010 about going uptown to downtown and back again? The route of parasites, using people for sentience as transport. Well, they have a target, and that target might seem on the surface to be the bird. In actuality, it wasn't the bird because the bird defecates and then the squirrel eats the whatever or something comes along and eats that. And then that thing is hunted and then it is eaten by a sentient so-called mammal, so-called human or mankind or man. And then now the parasite has its actual location. You've taken it on its connecting flights and now it's where it wants to be. So it's like that. Is that what you were referring to? Because then that takes into another set of criteria. Why violate, why breach in the first place? You have to be made a breach. Remember, I said earlier, this is why it's crucial to know how to absorb and listen in a geometric way. Remember, I said you asked about something being a a being that punishes. And I said, no, it's not a being that punishes. It is punishment.
Because it's a state.
Right. It's the state. It's not the thing that carries it out. It is the thing. It is punishment. So it would have to have been manifested to be just that. So why would something nifal or nephilim fall and become something? In other words, it would have to have the desire to do that. There would have to be circumstances that allowed it to occur.
I mean, throughout the Bible, it talks about people interfacing with angels all throughout, and angels talking to other angels and whatnot. And so, are these people in human-like form? I mean, are these entities in human-like form? And like,
Sounds
do
like
they?
it.
Yeah. So do they just get like a spin every now and again, or is there like an angel seed line or is the angel seed line always been corrupt? Have all the angels when they come in a physical form, they're just not supposed to be here?
Hmm. Mhm. I wouldn't say not supposed to be here, but those that are, they are here for a purpose, and that purpose cannot be violated. It can be, but that would mean that one is of that construct. It cannot do anything other than that.
Yeah, like when we were talking, you were saying that Benjamin Franklin's name is probably not Benjamin Franklin. He kind of represents uh, a parasite. So he represents a nest. And so going back to that quote, um, matter of fact, I'm just going to read it word for word if that's okay. Um, Benjamin Franklin said, "This leads me to add one remark that the number of purely white people in the world is proportionally very small. All Africa is black or tawny, Asia chiefly tawny, America wholly so, and in Europe the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, and Swedes are generally of what we call a swarthy complexion, as are the Germans. Also the Saxons so the Saxons are only accepted, who with the English make the principal body of white people on the face of the earth. I could wish their numbers were increased, and while we are, as I may call it, scouring our planet by clearing America of woods, and so making this side of our globe reflect a brighter light to the eyes of inhabitants in Mars or Venus, why should we, in the sight of superior beings, darken its people? Why increase the sun of Africa by planting them in America? And then it says, uh, where we have so fair an opportunity by excluding all blacks and tawnies of increasing the lovely white and red. But perhaps I am partial to the complexion of my country, for such kind of partiality is natural to mankind. Like, this is an entity that, for whatever reason, wants approval from superior beings that inhabit Mars and Venus, and the ancients called these they were wandering stars. I'm just like, what? Who are these superior beings? Who are the parasites working for? Like why? And like is the parasite just part of the system, and it's just like constantly just moving objectively. Like, hey, you gave up will, I'm taking it. You gave up energy, I'm taking it, and then I'm using it.
Exactly.
And I'm just
Exactly. You got it right there. That is the actual answer. That's why when you hear me addressing Aboriginals, if you've heard some of my lectures for Aboriginals, so-called blacks, so-called Negroes, especially, I let them know, why are you fighting racism? You've been led down a path by either parasites or parasites under control of other parasites through various secret organizations or so-called secret organizations to maintain you in a constant state of so-called repeat or repetitive flux, so that that's all you will be able to do. You won't be able to join forces within and create or manifest protection for self and true legacy and so-called, if you will, providential wealth for self while within these empires. And then, of course, autonomy. You won't be able to do that, and then you'll be pulled apart and broken down into basically just mere shadows. And of course, with a shadow, everything walks on a shadow. So I mentioned this before, and I want everyone to know that you were referring to that essay, correct, from Little Ben's essay. His,
Yeah,
yeah. What was it called?
it says the works of Benjamin Franklin on the freedom of America or something like that. It cuts off, but I screenshotted it. But people can find it.
Yeah,
They,
just look up keyword. I don't know the full word or title, but I think it's just look up observations and Ben Franklin because I know that that's in the title. I don't know the full title, but I know the word observation is in that title because he is sending his observations on it. Mind you, this is a member of the so-called Hellfire Club, and he was schooled in or trained in or indoctrinated in the language of symbolism. And so when they refer to, as you heard Taylor mention, so-called gods, Mars and Venus, he's referring to subversive tactics. So in this context, he's using Mars to suggest that war, which is the activity of Mars, will contribute to the population reduction. And that's what the aim was, but he's doing so in a way that it will do two things: gather together those which they can gather together, especially in Europe, and then of course using the whole complex, the so-called Venus complex. You know, Venus is associated allegedly with love and fertility primarily. So population increase. He mentions the numbers without mentioning numbers. He says that the so-called white uh, I forget. I don't want to paraphrase, but he mentions the term white. He doesn't say a number, obviously, but this is a low number compared to, comparatively speaking. So he's talking about in order to bring about two things. Again, the dual thing. The first dual, I will express that, and the second duality would be population increase and domestic peace. Now, domestic peace for whom? He's not talking about the Aboriginal and the invader or invaders. He's talking about certain invaders that can be brought together even though they're separate under one faction or so-called clan of so-called white. So when you call them parasite or parasitic, you are very accurate. Parasites, the ones that require hosts, are all white or translucent. So he was calling for the manifestation of manifest destiny, the manifestation of the so-called white race by bringing together those who are not white but who can pass for white, and in his eyes, his type eyes. And I guess that's a term that most people may or may not have heard of. It was used in the early part of the so-called 20th century. But I mentioned this in early podosodes around 2008, 2009, that when you think about these terms, and many so-called Negroes, so-called blacks use this term, but they have no idea what they're talking about when they say that this person is passing or was passing. What's the opposite of pass? Fail. So in other words, if you can pass for white, then you are accepted and you are now, it's like an apotheosis event. You are now elevated. If you cannot, you are relegated. So you're now in the realm of the devil. So pass, fail. And Franklin is talking about passing a large, uh, diverse groups of peoples from who have been misplaced, displaced, etc., into Europe as a result of what we mentioned before through feudalism, through population displacement, through slavery in places of Europe, and possibly even other parts of the so-called realm, and bringing them together under the guise of white, and then creating this whole concept of white settlers. This would help him to defeat the Aboriginal and increase the numbers that he wanted. So there's this esoteric euphemism that he is using, and he knows what he's doing or what he was doing at that time. And more than likely, those who were receiving this, they knew exactly also what he was saying and doing. According to so-called history, so-called history, he was not in a so-called Illuminati member, but if you notice the things that he espoused or his so-called close friends or his cohort espoused, like what was that guy Dash, I think is his name, Dashwell. the so-called founder of the Hellfire Club, they were all about subversion and putting into place their people in places of power, so-called power. After the so-called French Revolution, which was the unseating of the mulattoes, because France had been so-called mulatto for at least 80 to 100 years. These would be the so-called Negro nobility of Europe that had been unseated throughout France and so-called Britain, Scotland. Scotland was probably one of the last vestiges of strongholds before, and these are not Moors. Okay, Moors would be that's a misnomer. There's words for exonym because it wasn't used by the people themselves. It was applied to them, just like someone calling someone else a name, and you either accept it or you shun it, like the so-called Aboriginal American accepting every other name in the book, black, Negro, colored, nigga, etc., etc. So these are exonyms. So they were not Moors. You've heard. You can look at the names in the books. You can look at the old paintings, the artifacts. You see the term Jacobite sometimes. You'll see all these different terms, and you'll look up, and it's this melanated individual with an afro. These were the actual all the royals of so-called Europe. Europe, as I mentioned before, is the name of a so-called black goddess. So why would you, if you are so-called Ben Franklin type, call your country the name of a so-called black goddess? You wouldn't. He's referring to a small faction, and not even the Saxons, because the Saxons were bred out. He mentions them in an aside, so he knows full well not even they are his type. What is his type? He is a parasite, and he hides himself amongst people like what was that guy in mythology? He hid himself amongst the women to hide from the sirens. That's what these parasites do. So they hide themselves amongst people who they are not, and then use this title, so-called title of white, which they usurp. It actually referred to nobility before that, and it actually does not mean what you think. Just like black does not mean what you think. It means to be bleached and written, stricken from the record, bleached out, blank, block, black, white, and white is pronounced wicked, like in wicked. Isle of Wicked, or as they call it now, Isle of Wight. Well,
Yeah, he's making a clear distinction that the Spaniards, Italians, French,
they're
Russians,
not
and
white,
Swedes and Germans are they're not. Yeah, they're swarthy.
and
Swarthy.
not and they're a mix now because of influx of invaders, if you will, and breeding out based on you can call it as you mentioned before the change of state where like we saw in Mexico. If you wanted to have upward mobility or a place in the caste, you better change your look. And obviously, you can't change your look, but you can change your offspring's look by breeding with someone lighter and lighter and lighter and lighter until you bred the true melanin out. And that's what occurred in places like Russia, in pretty much all of Europe, the breeding out of the actual populations there. The same thing with the so-called Levant of so-called Middle East and North Africa, etc. The same thing happened. The same thing happened there. The breeding out of particular groups of people. And so, why does that happen? It has to be as a result of either a threat or benefit or both. So the
There's
same
a
thing
big
you see in the U.S., so-called U.S. Threat and benefit. It benefits you to have recessive eyes or blue eyes and so-called blonde hair versus any dark features. And then if you want to go true swarthy, which would be so-called black, then you want to get out of that and come up to so-called mulatto and so on and so forth and octoroon until you have a so-called fighting chance to be accepted. And it's nothing new, in the sense of parasitic ways of being. We're seeing it happen again. It's a constant, it's a nonstop. But if you look at it in a rational sense, Why would you want to get rid of your melanin? Melanin is actually your connection to eternity because it comes from an eternal source. So why would you want to get rid of that? That is kind of silly. I mean, and beyond silly, it's insanity. So
So that's
therefore, continue.
that's why the one drop rule, I guess, was so significant.
The
But
one drop rule actually doesn't, it pertains to melanin, but it goes beyond melanin. It's talking about something else, hidden. That's why you have to be careful with these people like Franklin. He hid himself amongst people. A lot of them were dull, educated adults, and then a lot of them were just like him. So he was an astute, so-called elitist, eugenicist, all of the above, or all of the below. And if you look at some of his writings, he also stole a lot, no different than Thomas Edison. Uh, he took from Benjamin Banneker, for example, a lot of the inventions. And basically, what he was doing was utilizing the form of ESE, like legalese, which is a form of written craft or so-called witchcraft. They did not design, as you know, probably by now, the so-called Constitution. They plagiarized it from the documents, the writ from the Confederation that existed prior to not only the parasite arrival and the pseudo-white arrival, but during the time and prior to the so-called Black European, because they were the first invaders, one of the first invaders, along with the so-called Han Chinese. Those are the first two invaders. Probably the Han came first, and then the Black European came. And one thing you'll notice about all of them, they all got with some Aboriginal female in order to work themselves into the estate. So that
so like,
meant they killed the males off for the most part.
yeah, and that's why I want to do. I did want to ask you about some history here with because there's a sleight of hand there between England and Britain, and people just think England and Britain are the same thing. And I remember you saying that Britain or Britain, called Britain now, was it's a totally different thing. The Anglos or Angels or England, they
Mm-hmm.
are a different thing that they took over the British or the Britain Islands, and there was some sort of issue there. I don't know how the timing went. It's like I think it's northwestern France is called Brittany, and
Mm-hmm.
the Normans from France supposedly invaded the Isles of Britain in 1066. I don't know if that's just a number they like to use, 166 or 13 there, but um, you know, the Normans that's where there was this big merger. It seems like between uh, modern day England and France somehow, like where that was like maybe the beginning, where the I don't know. I don't really know the timeline. The timeline's so skewed. I don't know.
Yeah, probably want to avoid that initially because yes, they deliberately, not they, but the timelines have been deliberately skewed, as you said, and that's a way to divert you and keep you from actually going deep. You have the financial wherewithal or the timing to actually travel to these places. You want to go and see for yourself a lot of things. You want to document as much as you can and bring that back to those who may not be able to travel and get there, not just rely on libraries. There was a time you could rely on libraries to an extent, certain types of libraries in certain cities, not every city. So, for example, on the East Coast, you could go to certain libraries in certain places like Massachusetts, uh, where else? New York, uh, Philadelphia, um, Virginia, and believe it or not, not Washington, D.C. And so if you were on the West Coast, you were pretty much deprived of actual true knowledge. Those are the nouveau places. They deliberately wanted them kept in ignorant state, the so-called West Coast people, the ones that they used to populate the West Coast and indulge in land theft, et cetera, and identity theft. They wanted them kept in ignorance Australia, keep them violent, and they make the perfect fodder to overpopulate and do your dirty work. So,
Yeah, the West Coast is considerably more insane to me.
mhm,
Uh,
correct.
yeah,
Well, those libraries are pretty much gone now. The books that you could have access are either ferried off to or purloined into reference sections, and even with an ID, you aren't allowed to view them, or you can't view them at all, or they've been adulterated. And this is, again, no accident, obviously. So what do you rely on? You can rely on sometimes PDFs if you can't travel. And even now, even if you could travel, some places are forbidden. You can't get into them without a prior access permit permission. You cannot get into them. And we talked about this before about the various grotto libraries of the Vatican.
yeah. So that's my thing as far as the Normans taking over, and then this whole thing about you. Like, is this where the word normal even comes from?
Allegedly, yep, exactly. Normal, Norman. Hmm.
So this became this tone or this state kind of. I don't know. I don't know the timeline of it, and I don't know if these were mulattoes fighting or if this was all out parasites or what. But
More than likely a combination, because if you notice, the UK became I mean, even to this day, there's a lot of so-called mixing in the UK more so than other places. And you see that there's this, it's not strange, if you know how to read things, there's this attraction for everyone to come to the UK. From not everyone, but particular groups, the same groups that had connections in the past. And when you're blinded by distractions, you can't see the connections made in the past are the same ones made today, different clothing possibly, but you're witnessing activity, repeat activity. Some things happening in reverse, some things happening basically in the same manner, in the same format, but maintaining a self-distraction, self-sabotaging mode, you won't see it while you're being eaten alive. This is definitely a clear-cut case of parasitic infestation. They've been invited in, and now they're just running, wreaking havoc. And it's not like this is an adversarial thing. Again, they do what they do because that's what they are, and this is on every level. It's not just one level. There are many levels of parasites, obviously so. So you would ask, this should answer the question to the hyper-religious, why is this allowed? Well, you should have the answer immediately. The fact that it is and hasn't been stopped, that it is obviously sanctioned because of the lack of activity. And if you want to connect it to an earlier question you asked, it does connect.
yeah, I definitely see more melanated women with pale counterparts in UK than maybe in
In the
um,
UK.
yeah, or yeah,
Mhm.
United Kingdom. I think France might be a close number two, but I think that
Changing. It was. That's why it was all French were often, again, with the sub language, subtextual language, the so-called elitism language, which Franklin and his ilk uh, were were schooled in, and it continued on into the so-called centuries later. France was often, I wouldn't say the butt of a joke or jokes, but it was used or spoken of in that sense. The subtext language, the euphemism language that referred to uh, partial so-called blackness. Uh, they would say uncouth, uh, unshaven, various different terms referring to the French radical, radicalized, but these are all euphemisms that meant that one time or to a point, France was full of so-called octoroons and every so-called, these are just so-called terms utilized, not utilizing these for any kind of naming purposes that you just use so that you can get a painted picture in a sense. So France, after its fall and its mixing with a lot of different groups, you started to get lighter and lighter people. It had been broken out in many a lecture and article about so-called Marie Antoinette and her so-called blackness. It can't just be this one individual or like so-called Charlotte. They'll pinpoint, they'll cherry pick. Oh yeah, and Charlotte was this. And they were all from the same bloodline, same families, and they were not so-called white. They might have mixed with white people. Some of them having skin disorders and diseases. Others just coming from so-called black bloodline, if you will. And it's mentioned in their description of many of them. You know, some of them, like the Black Boy. There's a lot of pubs in England called the Black Boy, and it's referring to, I think, Charles. Uh,
Yeah, Saint Charles II is they call him the Black Boy.
exactly. And then Nub, when you hear the term Nub and Pub, it's referring to a Scottish king, Prince or king, whatever, who was known for his dark complexion and his afro, literally. And if you see the paintings, the so-called iconoclastic or so-called whitewash paintings, you'll say, wait a minute, this does not fit the textual description of this man.
These were not wigs on these people. This is just a whitewash.
Correct. Correct. And then, of course, the wigs came after that, and you wonder, well, wait, why not a straight-haired wig? Why do you have to have a curly-looking afro-like wig, and it has to have height to it? What's going on here? They had no concept of a perm back then.
So, cause with this, I mean, I guess with that, they're like, and I guess it was different phases of the mimicking. Because like when the mulattoes take over, then you kind of go with that, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why.
And putting white on the face in the form of different types of chalk and powders uh, had a utilitarian or functional purpose at one point, and then it became the norm as one as certain groups decided that this was the look, the appeal, and the sign of the essence or the epitome of class and polished being or nobility. So you saw that a lot. And if you were already pale, why would you whiten yourself up?
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like this became normalcy.
Mm-hmm.
This is Norman.
Correct, normalcy, Norman.
Yeah.
And not only in Europe, I don't want to isolate them as I don't do say this is across the so-called realm. In Asia, it was happening. To study the history of Korea, Taiwan, those are not the original people of those lands. If you study New Zealand, those are not the original people of those lands. Even the Maori are not original. They came in after. The Peloponnesians, I think is the term that one of them referred to in history. And if you look at them, they don't look anything like any of the people that you see there today. So this discombobulation, which you heard me say before, is a worldwide event, no, not global event.
I remember one time we were talking about Fiji because I went to Fiji and I was like, man, Fiji, uh, it's a Negro nation or what have you, and but there's a lot of albinos, and you were saying like that's what happens when you don't have the archetypal or the immortal cell line in the fabric of things.
Mm-hmm. Correct. You'll find the same thing in many of the African countries. You ask yourself, well, if the so-called black is a monolith, and it's not. In fact, black is, that's a misnomer. You should know by now. But why do you find a lot more, I mean, astronomically more albinos in African nations and in places like Fiji, but you don't find that number in the so-called Americas if they're all so-called black? It's because they're not the same people and they're different bloodlines. And different bloodlines had exposure to different types of blood diseases and blood ailments.
So who, like, when it comes to the Northeast, like we were talking about King Charles II, this swarthy king. I mean, all the stewards means steward means smart, and like I was looking into the history of New Jersey. I was looking at some old maps as well, and the French had a stronghold on the whole Northeast, and New Jersey used to be called Nova Caesarea,
Mhm.
and so that means New Caesarea or Caesarea in Latin. So and then so it's Saint King Charles gives he gives the land to William Penn, New Jersey and Pennsylvania. So who would give up that kind of real estate? I mean, this is not the kind of real estate just because he supposedly William Penn did a favor for his father. This seems like extraordinary.
Yeah, a lot of these lands were stolen in the sense of yes, contracts, but breach contracts, what they call treaties, but these were contracts, and a lot of them were dirty deals. The New Amsterdam dirty deal, or what they call New York or Manhattan. You know that dirty deal. You might have heard it in passing, but it went under the so-called radar. For those under a certain age group or within a certain age group, they might have heard it on the music networks about Old Dirty Bastard,
There's no
so-called.
there's no way they gave up that land for that.
No, exactly. That was a breach of contract. They were swindled, literally swindled out of that land. And the fact is, they have actually proven his ancestry were the exact same chieftains or kings that were swindled by the so-called Nouveau Dutch. And so when we're talking about Nouveau Dutch, you're talking about so-called mulattoes. Dutch, Cooch, Coochie, Dutchie, that all refers to brown, black, melanated. So the so-called Dutch were not what you see today. You had a lot of albinism in that region, a lot of albinism. And you also had a lot of barbarian intermixing in that region as well. One of the first regions that had a lot of barbarian intermixing. And they took on uh, bastardized versions of Judaism or Zoharism and Kabbalism. They took on those. So you find a lot of that in that area. And then, so-called centuries later, you find them over in South Africa, fighting with the so-called Boers. Wait, how the heck? Why? What? Because of the diamond trade that was not established by them, but was overtaken by them. And how did that occur? Because of contracts that with the various groups that were there. Now, mind you, the groups in South Africa is kind of like an overlay, an overlay, and an overlay. The so-called Han Chinese, that's their precursors. And it's not the Khoisan. That's another name for a group that came after the original group. They're related. And then you have these other groups. The final group, the final melanated group would be the so-called Zulu. But they're all immigrants to that region. And because of that, you had the so-called English, not Brit, English, and you had the Nouveau Dutch, all ripping shreds of that area and resources and setting up corporations or companies in that area. No different than they set up companies in so-called India and then eventually in the Americas setting up companies to take strip wealth out of the area and bring it into the areas that they called home in Europe. So this is about resources primarily, which is what most parasites do. It's about resources, the resources of your vessel, that which you require and you are supposed to utilize for your benefit. The parasites usurp that, take that, steal that, and meanwhile cause wars within and break you down and eat you alive. But is it an adversarial situation? You can look at it like that, but that will distract you, and that too will destroy you. They're doing what they do because that's what they were designed to do, and that's what they are. It's not. There's a big difference. Again, I shouldn't have said designed to do, but yes, they are designed to do. But it's that is what they are. Kind of like The thing is the thing.
Yeah, the tiger don't just stripes type thing.
Hmm. The parasite is the parasite. They don't know anything else. They're like Topsy from little that, that Harriet Beecher Stowe book. Get beat all day, don't know no other way. That character from that story, Uncle Tom's Cabin. Well, it's parasite. They don't know anything else but that. Does that mean that you compromise with them, etc.? No. You know what you're supposed to do, then you don't step outside that.
So I mean, there's another Tao Te Ching verse. I don't know, like again, the interpretation. I think if you say it, it might not give you the true essence of it, but it's saying part of the verse is like, if you want to get rid of something, you must first give it access. And I kind of relate that to maybe um, Revelations when the beast takes over for a brief moment. It's like I give you the access. You're just going to destroy yourself with this access anyway. Like once you get what you think you want, it's over for you.
That's an old saying my people used to say, give things enough rope to hang itself. So absorbing something in is an old tactic so that you can know it. And you're now stepping into the realm of the higher. When you think of something, you've manifested it for the purpose of knowing all avenues, all pathways of that which you have manifested. From the standpoint of those sentients, if you will, immersed in the activity, it seems harsh and cold and distant, maybe even so-called psychopathic. But actuality, it's none of those. It has to do this in order to attain, whether it's attaining a state of so-called perfection or state of just a state that is, and there is no loophole in, out, or around. And so this is a way to find all the loopholes. No law written by so-called man or mankind or human is perfect. Just like no code is perfect. There's always a way to hack it. Well, the so-called Most High would be in all of these things manifesting, if you will, all the avenues to maintain and bring about a no loophole status or state where there is no devil, where there is no parasite, because they're unnecessary. There are no loopholes. But in order to maintain the realms within the realms, these imperfected, anarchistic, anarchistic, nihilistic, even parasitic, obviously, state must be maintained because without them, there is no realm. And if
So it's like
it
kind of
has,
like if you. I'm sorry.
mm-hmm.
I was gonna say it's kind of like if you have. Like when I meet other people that eat different things than me, I'm like, you have a different microbiome. Like your setup is different right now. You have to like gradually transition that. And like, if you were to try to forcibly get these parasites out all at once without like a structure behind the like a new structure to replace your old one with, then you're gonna go through intense detox symptoms and you'll probably just relapse because your whole system is dependent on parasites. Like the flow of your energy, your chi. The parasites have now they're taking up occupants, and you become dependent on them processing your energy.
Well, literally consider the realm as it is, the state of the realm. Literally, truly consider it, and one's participation in it, around it, with it. This is chaos. Therefore, when it comes to so-called mating, you have to be extremely astute about doing so. Otherwise, you're just continuing in the chaos. I used to hear some of the students that I would commune with ask me, should they, we're talking about intimacy, should they kiss someone who is a meat eater, or someone who smokes, or someone who doesn't have the same hygiene? And I said, well, what's occurring when you want to so-called kiss this individual? What's occurring? You want to bring together what? Your emotional state in a physical form. What else is happening? You didn't question that. So there's some motivation going on, motivating going on, driving force. Remember, you don't want to be or be fueled by a driving force. Some driving force is pushing you to do that and using the guise of emotional state or the guise of connecting or reconciliation, but it just wants to spread some fluid or maybe infest you or vice versa. Does this mean no more intimacy? No, it means everything you do is important. So be wise and know that you are and what the other is has to refer always to trust, not a modicum of trust, not quasi trust, not semi trust, but true trust. And that comes not with just words, but with, and not just with actions, but every fiber of your being every day. And you prove it. So then it makes you now realize and recognize your so-called partners, if you will, over time. You start to see, okay, it's okay to be honest, and you should be. What a lot of mistakes, deliberate mistakes, blinded mistakes. But now the purpose is not to repeat them.
Yeah, and I think that like a lot of that, like kind of the same thing as far as the theme of having the parasites. Um, I think that's why a lot of people will get caught up in certain parts of the process, whether it be a religion or a practice, a program, um, because it's like operating off the parasite programming for so long. It's like so much atrophy. Everything's just been left up to these parasites, these programs, and once you start to have to just operate off of your will, it's like I think it creates a lot of recidivism as far as relapsing into um, bad habits because like all the body's just been trained by a parasite for however long, and now it's like what it has to go through the identification process, and it's like the true identification process. The body is now like it's been breached. So it has like such a, I would think it just has such a deep distrust in the whole identity verification process is like tedious. And I think
Well, I'm
a
glad
lot of
you
people quit.
mentioned that term, but go ahead. I want to
No,
expound upon that.
no, I'm just saying I think a lot of people quit once they see how arduous the process is.
Mhm. And therein is the separation between true and wannabe true. Notice I didn't say false. So most, as you said, will give up. Many listening give up. You can tell by the numbers in your room going up and down and up and down. I'm just saying, if that's an indicator, it might say something that the words that many are hearing, they have never heard before, and that might not sit well with them, or it's just, as you said, too arduous, or on the surface, it seems like it's too arduous. You're here in this so-called here, and you do have responsibilities here that transcend this empire. Your responsibility, you have been tricked into thinking, okay, you've got to make a certain amount of money, you've got to do, those are all part of the empire. Those are buffers. Obviously, if everyone in here was multi-billionaires, we'd have more than enough time. We could probably say, hey, guess what? Let's not do any of these platforms. Let's all get on our private jets and meet over here. And we'll just do this and we'll spend the week there and we'll just grow and learn and listen and experience food that comes from trees and vines and herbs and do that for a time and then go out and spread this to others. But what stops that from happening? Yeah, exactly. But is it stopped from happening? Or are we part of participating in the chaos by the little things that go on? You're participating in it, obviously. You don't have to have a private jet and all of these things. Yes, it would be great too, but you don't have it. But in the meantime, you can still commune, starting with self, true self. You can still repair. You can still reach those parts of you that have been overlaid with facade and get to what is called true self. And then utilize that and protect that only, meaning you, from any type of repeat pattern and any type of parasitic intrusion. Mind you, as I said before, and I'll mention it, parasites are in every format. So whether it's a so-called virus, a bacteria, worm, etc., on up to a two-legged parasite or an idea, it all has the same result and serves the same purpose. You can prevent all of that from imposing itself on you by being observant and not participating in the things that you did participate in, and of course the things that will obviously and not so obviously lead you right back into those paths again. You're coming out of a cocoon, you're coming out of a shell if you needed a visual, and you don't want to stay in it because you're not supposed to stay in it. We have all the signs around us that you don't stay in that cocoon. You come out of that cocoon because it's just the way it is. That's the nature of the design. And then you move forward from there. What is moving forward from there? You acquire and absorb knowledge. You put that knowledge and what you absorb into effect. Not only, well, when is a good question. When you're at work, when you're on the computer, when you're by yourself alone, or when you're with family, when you're talking to people. No, it's all of the above.
Holistic.
It's holistic. And when you're dreaming. Because
Like,
that is not impervious to parasitic infiltration.
yeah, it's kind of like that saying, like it's either 100% yes or it's a no, and yeah, I think it's to fully commit. I feel like it just seems daunting because, but they don't really have, you're not really giving up anything that has any real substance.
No, exactly. You think about a religion, for example. A religion, through its uh, clergy or its ideology, will ask you to um, not necessarily sacrifice, but yeah, they'll ask you to sacrifice something, time, tithing, so-called money, old ways, um, chastity, celibacy, something. Will ask you to give up something, and but it will always ask you to do it in a percentile. So in other words, 100% is optimum because with 100% participation, you can achieve nirvana or you can go to heaven with 100% participation. You may or may not go to heaven or achieve enlightenment at 80%, but it's better than 60% or 50%. So try your best to stay above 70% in your religion just in case. If you cannot, well, maybe this religion is not for you. Try this one. This might work for you. It might not be accepted, but like a credit card, you have to just inquire within. It might be accepted. And it might get you into so-called paradise or so-called heaven, or it might get you the approval of this particular group, and you can fellowship with them and have some socializing skills perfected and enjoy yourself while you're here in your temporary blinded status. That's religion, but many are willing to give up whatever for a religion, but they're not willing to give up something in the true sense for self, true self. You've been taught that you're being selfish, but if you are selfish, it's to a facade. True self is not selfish.
Some people don't have a self though.
They have a facade if they don't have a self. Many have a facade because that's what has been enriched over their so-called lifespan, and that's all some want. They don't want anything other than that.
But no, I mean, like, is it possible for a human-like creature to not have a self?
Okay, now we have to go into you bringing on these things that now have to be analyzed completely, or at least to a degree of completeness. So you say self. What do you know of self? I'm just going to presume that what you know of self is the following: identity, your accumulated thoughts and experiences.
I would say will.
Okay,
Like,
so will, you're associating it with self. So will would be your not just your intent, but everything that is related to your autonomous volition, meaning nothing is controlling your thoughts. Your thoughts are allegedly your own thoughts. Your actions are your actions. Your dreams are your dreams, etc. And this is what you would consider self.
can you separate will from presence?
As in now presence, or presence as in your status.
Like when you experience yourself, like you're experience, I would assume that you're just experiencing your presence, your actual presence, not like your concept or idea of who you are.
I'm going to say so-called true self is that next step to core before anything and everything has been added on to you. So all of the things, pretty much the things that weigh, that have weight. You've seen the experiment of the two hard drives. They actually weighed a hard drive that was new, allegedly with nothing on it, and then they weighed one that had been used, data, files, etc., put on it, and it actually had heaviness. It had weight. It had increased in weight.
Because it had stuff on it, right? Like,
Right. Now, allegedly, digital is not there. So your files have weight. So therefore, and I'm just using this as an example, not to correlate the two, but the so-called self, that which you cannot see, but it records, or it's part of the recording, and it's part of the schematic of as you said, will and intent. And as you accumulate more through your connections, your experiences, it becomes heavier. And is that not clutter? And where is the original you that had no clutter? Can you still access it? If you can't access it, then that means a lot of things have been using it, signing on to it, and you have no clue who has it, the original document, the original you. You are to always have access to that. And your parents are supposed to have given you that from the start so that it can't be compromised. You are constantly given the wrong connection. It's not the wrong connection, but a misleading connection of a physical aspect of self. And you're taught, especially if you're female, and taught that that is the prize of you, that is the main thing of you, and therefore don't compromise it, don't let anyone misuse it, etc. You know, people are parents often teach their children, not often, but many parents teach their children, don't let someone touch you in the wrong place. So in other words, is that your true self, your genitalia? Is that your true self? Well, the impetus is placed there through the indoctrination by the parent. Yes, your genitalia are crucial, but that's just part of your physical aspect. It's very important, very vital. However, there's more to you than just that, and no one warns you and says, when you go to school today, I know this is just kindergarten, but don't let that heifer or that woman or whatever get to that core of you. If you feel that it's being breached, like she's trying to propagandize you, I want you to tell me as soon as you get home, and I'll give her a piece of my mind. I'm not having that. If you look at it in that light, or if you represent self in that regard, the same way, with the same bravado and passion as you would against the pederast, you would see a huge difference. But people don't do that. No one says, okay, when you go into church, protect your core. If you sense that something's happening with this minister and they're trying to get to you and basically assault your core and then do something to it, then walk off, get out, go cleanse yourself. Not, that's never said. If, if it is said, it's from the distracting or misguided POV, not from truth. And that's the core. That's the true self. That is overlaid
So it's like
and eaten, if you will.
it's like the real signature, and the signature is just getting forged.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like that. Oh, a good example. You know, like a note or a loan. The original note or loan, if you go to a bank and request it, they can't produce it because that thing has been sent all over the place. You might get a copy, and there's all these signatures on it, and none of those signatures are yours, or they're either forgeries. That's illegal. But it's done every time, not all the time, every time, with loans and notes. Hence the reason why most so-called foreclosures can be gotten out of, because of the fact that they cannot even produce the note to show that this is the original note.
So, you know, you were talking about earlier. You were saying that like what people you said so-called consciousness, and that's I guess like what you're saying. All these different entanglements, all this clutter, because um, again in the Tao Te Ching, it's saying like everything is an expression of the Tao. It springs into existence unconscious, perfect, and then it takes on a physical body, and then the circumstances, are, completed. But it was, and it said that's why everything spontaneously honors the Tao. But I guess like when it comes to consciousness and unconsciousness, it's kind of been a misnomer in some respects. Is because like when something is natural, it's unconscious in a sense. Like if you naturally are just doing something that you designed to do or that you're just in the moment doing, it's almost like unconsciousness because you're just responding accordingly and it's just flowing from your core. Whereas like consciousness is kind of like contrived.
Mm.
Is that what you mean by that? I mean, I just was projecting, but I thought that's maybe what you mean.
I'm going to refer you to a past episode from not that far back, and I actually explain what so-called consciousness is, and that it is basically artificial. It has nothing to do with, again, we make these correlations, and they're allowed or they're endorsed so that we can remain confused. So one of them is that consciousness is correlated to awareness or to being awake or in the know of something, but it has actually nothing to do with any of those. We throw those onto the definition and we live by them, or many live by them, part of the pronoun, but many live accordingly, and it is definitely misleading, deliberately so. So consciousness, as I pointed out and proved, is, you can say, artificial.
One time, I'm not proud of it, but I was uh, by myself and I was doing a larger dose of psychedelic, and I just remember like the perspective was like Taylor was a program that I could minimize, and this was before like even I hadn't even made the real connection on programs and the matrix and everything. But in the experience, it was like I could minimize Taylor. Taylor was. It was like it was a program. I don't know how else to explain it. Other than like this is just like Windows Explorer. Yeah, this is like Internet Explorer or something. I just minimized it. It's like a totally different experience of my consciousness or my awareness or whatever you want to, work of my will or how, myself, I guess. But I I didn't. I don't know. From that point on, it was always kind of like I guess more obvious that the construct that some. I guess it's like it's kind of almost like an inorganic metaphysical program. I don't know. Like because if you're saying that it's artificial, and you would have to have like a metaphysical artificial before you have a physical artificial, right?
Would agree, yeah. And for you to now, I know I didn't put a number on it, but the title of it might be an article too. Uh, it's called "Accessing Your Core," Part One. And if you don't mind, I'll read a excerpt from it.
Oh, sure.
Okay. The this particular the header for this particular section asks, "Who are you?" Not your name, your profession, or your social role, but the core of you. The you when the noise or stimuli of the world falls away. So for many, this question feels like a riddle wrapped in an enigma. And to quote an infamous hybrid mutant from the so-called mid-20th century, that's basically what this person said, that it's an enigma. So now, together, we go on a spiritual mental journey to explore what resides at the center of that question, and that is your core. So to demystify it, you can say that so-called, no, I'm not reading, I'm just actually paraphrasing, so-called consciousness, which is kind of the buzzword of neuroscience and spirituality and philosophy and pop culture, all at the same time, has been the commonly accepted and endorsed word, at least in English, for so-called self-awareness. And it's not new in the sense of it's not from the so-called 20s or 20th century, 21st century. It allegedly goes back to the 17th, when then it allegedly meant a perception in a man's own mind. So, in other words, in your head, a perception. So, from various podcasts to meditation apps, you're told to connect or awaken or be present. But what are you actually connecting to? And what are you awakening? And is the presence merely the absence of distraction or something more profound? And that's what's never addressed when talking about so-called consciousness. It's the actual core that exists, so-called consciousness and its so-called counterpart, subconsciousness. They're all part of this craft in compartmentalizing your alleged mind or so-called mind. So you have to have a devil and you have to have a God, or you have to have a devil and you have to have a so-called son of God, or a prophetess, or a goddess and a god. You have to have a good and a bad. You have to have two hemispheres. You have to have a right and a left. You have to be against each other, and that's what consciousness is part of. That so-called duality and separation from self, not of self, but from the true self. So it's allegedly a state of being aware, but in reality, it's a passive, paradoxical state, and it only exists when you allegedly become aware. Because if you're not aware, you have no consciousness. And at that point of awareness or acknowledgement, it then manifests as an active interface, serving as either a programmable distraction, as you mentioned, the window, the tab on a browser, or a programmable protection. In other words, you use your consciousness either as a programmable distraction, this is what everyone does every day, to be part of or immerse oneself in some type of activity, or as a programmable protection to keep you from actual thought, what some might call deep thought or profound thought, in order to come up to actually find and see truth and answers to all these questions. And so it is not the core, and it never was your core, but it is something that you think you hold. but it actually isn't something you hold. It's more like a tool, and you utilize it. You can use it casually, obliviously, like you're not thinking about it, or you can use it negligently, or you can use it wisely. I'm not throwing it or casting it to the water. I'm saying that it's part of you in the sense of that you adopted it. So now work with it, like your straw man. You know, within the empire. Don't toss it away. Use it for your benefit. And so you can say it's this intangible element that you have to activate. And you do so as soon as you get here or arrive here. And in that time frame between conception and so-called birth, and then beyond your formative years, this is when you start to allegedly develop your so-called consciousness. It's been correlated to the physical aspects of you, or the physical of you, the so-called neural aspects of you, or the neural pathways of you, which include your thoughts and your emotions, etc. But it's not. It has nothing to do with those whatsoever. You correlate it, or you bring it in, or you graft it on. And it has yet to, these so-called scholars and scientists have yet to define or access the material essence of the core, let alone so-called consciousness. All they can do is use so-called psychology and psychiatry and new age so-called consciousness slash subconsciousness awareness, and it still holds no weight like that so-called hard drive that I mentioned. Basically, in truth, or in the reality, consciousness and subconsciousness, if they existed organically, they would essentially be just one unified so-called concept. And if you are wise, you recognize that if you're going to utilize them, then you control them and maintain them as such, as opposed to allowing them to be made into two counterparts, conscious, subconscious. If you're going to use them, and everyone does, so-called conscious, so-called subconscious, bring them together. Because what you've noticed is that you are not allowed to, or you're told that you cannot really access subconscious. It's this ethereal medicine woman and goddess that you cannot touch and you cannot fathom. And then the consciousness is some low end dude who just basically wants to do math and keep you grounded in the so-called real world. Don't you see that you've been politicized, and that's just basically a doorway or a portal to just parasites within your conduit for thought, for dreaming. You don't have to eat food or drink dirty water to acquire parasites. You can get it through so-called ideology and education. And I'll go and I'll stop there.
Somebody had asked, they asked about regaining their energy when they've been deleted.
Could you repeat that?
Yeah, they were saying, they were asking if they're generating new energy or if they're just basically like defragmenting and collecting the energy they've already, like, I guess, sent out unconsciously.
Could they ask that? Could they get on the microphone and ask that?
Could they?
Yeah, I mean, sure.
Let me message them.
Okay. Oh, and pardon, greetings to all in the virtual IG chat room. Welcome.
Yeah, just message them. I, you know, I was just I don't know, I guess I was gonna follow up with that, like, because I remember you were saying years ago, we were talking about privately, we were talking about what happens when a man ejaculates. We were saying, like, pokes a hole in their and I just I really want to, I guess, get your what you know about the whole process of doing something like that. I mean, it's bad enough to do it through casual sex or masturbation in your imagination. What is actually happening when you do it via pornography?
Hmm.
Because I don't know. It seemed like this person, I don't know, that they might have, I don't know if it's from a female or what, but
That's why,
a lot of times,
that's why I asked them to go on the mic because I sensed that they were hiding behind something.
yeah, because they said, is it possible to regain chi or life force that has been lost due to frivolousness and ignorance, and if so, how? So I'm assuming that's usually the biggest hemorrhage of that, and
And greetings, Shem, and greetings, both sides, and greetings, C3. I'm just scrolling through here, pardon that. Yeah, the individual would like to go on the microphone and ask questions. This is a participation uh, venue, if you will. It's not, as Taylor mentioned. I mean, it's up to you. Again, he mentioned will, and this is about will. You have the will to just make this like some type of candy, but and I put this at the beginning. This will not do you any good because it is definitely going to be toxic into you. But for those who are ready and able to absorb this, this will act as a parasite, anti-parasitic, almost verbal wormwood, if you will. So there should be no fear nor emotions involved in whether you're absorbing or asking questions. So if you allow your emotions to stop you from asking a question, then that's your will.
yeah, you know, I definitely I feel like porn is really a plague, and we were talking about Kanye thing briefly in private. I was like, man, look what he said, man. I mean, this is it's going all over, and it's like what the, when it comes to someone um, when they engage in homosexual activity, is that's got to be a breach of self that kind of almost ostracizes you from yourself and splits you because I think right wouldn't that make you kind of conditional with yourself at that point because now you just done something that,
Well, the breach starts with the action. If one considers, I mean, the terminology messes up anyone's mentality, so-called mentality, spiritual mentality, if you will, spiritual mental connection, because just based on the nomenclature, homo, meaning man, and sexual, so man sexual, and and then you have a lesbian. That again, these are politicized terms. So in other words, the lesbian separated herself from the heterosexual and the homosexual so that she could do certain things or take certain sides or factions. And then, like you see today, you see all these males being exposed in the limelight for their alleged or supposed perversions. Meanwhile, she stays clean. So that again, that's the whole purpose of separating self. So she separates herself from homosexuals, even though according to definition, that's what a homosexual is. But these terms, they're politicized for one, and they don't really make sense to the degree that they define what is actually going on. The so-called acts of homosexuality, whether it be done by a male or female, are a breach of the contract that you have with the format that you were given. To be intimate with the same gender in a cerebral sense, that's, I guess, not a problem. But to try to utilize the format in a way that is designed only for procreation, literally just for procreation, taking it outside of context, you know, is going to cause more a of a chaos, more of a confusion. So therefore, and it's not, most groups, most cultures, most so-called societies will come out against or focus on the male so-called homosexual and uh, allow the female ones to go under the so-called radar. And that's only because of the format that the male has. The male has genitalia that is out there, you know. So, and then of course the role of the male in a matriarchy is is very stilted and is not to go outside of that. But the female has the maneuverability and flexibility to go all throughout the realm of sex. So a male attempting to do an act with another male is not only breaching the realm of so-called nature, but also breaching the realms of so-called society. When it comes to the definition society applies to masculinity, but it holds true for the female as well, but she's just not held up to that standard. But it's the same thing: two females going against the acts of so-called nature or the format of nature, basically. And there's a format to nature. Going against that would be for what reason? Do homosexuals actually ask themselves why are they doing it? No more than anyone else would ask them, ask their partner, why are they doing what they do? Pleasure, reconciliation, bonding. These are probably all diversions away from truth. The fact is, there's a function and a format. And when you attempt to do something that goes against both function and format, that's a breach, regardless of your intent. So, and this can also relate to those who are non-homosexual as well, when they do things that go against the purpose, the format, and the function.
It's all perversion, whether
it's all perversion, exactly, and because it has gone on for many moons, it has become part of the so-called fabric, the skin of mankind, and humans, where there's no one even questioning it. And if you do question it or you go up against it, you will be lambasted, ostracized, or silenced, or ignored. If you were to say in a room full of anyone that so-called sex has a strict purpose and that alone and nothing more, many things would occur. And I guarantee you none of them would be of a positive, so-called welcoming reaction or action. They would all be against, because that's the nature of whether it's a parasite reacting or someone who is infested by parasites or all of the above. The reaction would be the same. In order to get that message across, it would be so difficult because it would fall on deaf ears pretty much if you were to say that the sex act has a particular purpose. Nowhere in any form, unless you're talking about the goddess worship perversions of so-called Tantra, do you see, and then of course the pornography of early Edom, aka Rome, so-called Rome, and so-called Greece. These are all done with Hellenistic, hedonistic purposes in mind, which were to just spread parasites and the parasitic behavioral format that helped to break down the structures within those so-called societies, the primary structures within those societies, primarily to target the male structure and make it weak, and then target the familial structure by targeting the youth, primarily the son. And then this created the domino effect. And it's the same thing today. It hasn't changed.
That's another sleight of hand there, where they say on one end they'll say the Hellenes or Hellenes or whatever, and then they'll say the Greeks. But so why do some people call them the Hellenes and why do some people call them the Greeks? It's different people.
Different people, different periods. And of course, the originals would be more closely related to Ionians, and they didn't look like the people you see there today. They would be brown skin, dark skin, some woolly hair, some curly hair, but that was their main so-called facade or alleged phenotype. Their curly hair and their dark skin, their melanated skin. That's a fact. You see this on any remaining pottery of certain periods, and then you see this sudden immersion into the pale, start bringing in pale groups, and then before you know it, now you get Greek, Macedonian, etc. But these are different people. In fact, Macedonians, Ionians, if you look at their cultures, they're more Shemitic in some of the things and some of their practices than the so-called Greeks and those that follow.
Well, I mean, wasn't Alexander Macedonian?
Allegedly, yep.
Um, yeah, I really, I really wanted to know when people are pouring themselves, 'cause the crystals in the phones, they seem to be like a synthetic portal.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, and if people are looking at these screens, looking at these phones, looking at these computers, and release hemorrhaging energy and vital fluids from their system, um, what what is actually happening on other dimensions? And we're looking at this in a limited scope, I guess, of just a man pleasuring himself supposedly and with his media. But if you could see it in a full spectrum view, what will we be looking at? Like, do these creatures look the same in that way? Like, is it just like a big worm or a big, just a big geometric worm? Like, if you looked at it from another perspective beyond these dimensions?
If you were to see beyond the perspective, you would see something that would shock you and or make you go, aha, thought so. But yeah, using that scenario or that example, mind you, this is not just 1, 2, 10, 15. This goes across the board, across every landmass where there's paper, magazines, to LCD screens or monitors. Wherever so-called porn can be purveyed or relayed, conveyed, you'll find that is happening. So is that accidental? Well, obviously not. What is the purpose? Is it for pleasure? Well, to the immediate tertiary parasite, it's for some kind of pleasure. But beyond that, that focused intent, that focused energy, which is utilized typically during a holistic sex act, is now focused on this thing on the screen. And I say thing, even if it is an image or visage of an actual individual, it's a thing. That's the whole thing about so-called porn. They take the so-called model and it becomes a thing. And then the victim that is participating in the masturbatory sacrifice, they too become a thing. They become like basically, pardon the comparison, like a cow. So there's not just the milk, but every other byproduct that you get from a cow, you're getting from these males. So they basically become a piece of meat, and they're looking at pieces of meat on the screen.
It's like a that's like a real snake eating its tail because you're looking at people that are being eaten while you're being eaten.
You're participating in basically vampirism because you the entire part of the porn industry is related to a certain end goal. One of those end goals is the release of life force, the male life force, and then the other part is the sonic intonation and invocation, which is done through the female in order to call forth entities. So again, all of these things are supposed to be within the sequestered, protected, sacred confines of a procreative act between one man and one woman. So her sounds are in his ear only, and his semen or seed is in her only, not on a condom, not on the floor, not on some other, something stupid or inane. And there's a purpose for it. But again, all of the chaos has become the so-called truth, and it's not. It can't be. Chaos can never be truth, but it has been accepted as such. So people accept the so-called norm. I mean, horrible, horrendous things, which are just basically chaotic. Don't get caught up in the shock value of these things. There's nothing shocking about them. They're nothing new. That too, in itself, is to captivate you and keep you away from actually making progress or getting to progress. So don't allow it to shock you. This
How
is
many how many holes can a man take if he's getting these holes poked in his fabric like this? What happens?
if it depends on how early they start. You're resilient up until a certain age, so-called age. But remember, you're designed as a male to be fertile for many, 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 many moons, and depending on your bloodline background, much longer. And if you are doing all of the various functions or pardon me, actions and activities that drain that, then yeah, you're doing. I mean, most guys they don't just masturbate or indulge in sex with random partners. They're also indulging in certain types of substances, and then I don't just mean drugs, although I do mean drugs because soda is a drug, a beer is a drug, potato chips are a drug. Uh, Hamburgers from some fast food restaurant as a drug. In the same way, so-called weed is a drug, and I'm referring to the weed of today, which is not heirloom, and also referring to all the other so-called substances that are basically drugs. That in combination with the focused intent, the masturbatory activities over time, usually around 8 years, takes its toll. So 8 years equals around 60 years. So you can deduct about 60 years off of the life of that male.
Hmm.
That means what? That means males are supposed to last longer than females, but you got it through this chaotic world back, and it had become and has become accepted. So when you're hearing history of females being the last ones, it tells you the world that was going on then. That's why I said don't be shocked. They were masturbating then, there was porn then, there were distractions then, there's distractions now. You hear of stories of patriarchs that lasted long time and they had to take on younger wives in order to keep their bloodline going and increase their family size. The female has a certain amount of time with her eggs and her body, and you're to respect that, and they are to respect that even more so. You're given this basically gift and to maintain that and to nurture it and be in places that nurture it. But most females put themselves in places that are environments and they're not made for that. And if you want to, I'll go into in depth that the the Edward Bernays controlled society of the so-called 20th century put women in the so-called workplace, and then that created these so-called false economies the pseudoscience of economy that then took away so-called jobs and job prospects from young men and men who were starting families. So you had women, especially married women, in so-called workplace, and that made no sense. If you want protection and provisions, then you are to remain in the household and maintain the household because that's a nurturing place. It's a place where you're not going to be exposed to all of the toxicity that a male is has imperviousness built in, and you don't. So now you just basically have these toxic females mating with these vulnerable, in a sense, weakened males, and now they're bringing forth weakened children or offspring. And if you notice, you have a lot more females, as I mentioned in the past, being born than males. If you're a male and that's all you are producing is daughters, you got to question what's going on with your sperm. You should have had at least one son, one purveyor of the Y chromosome.
Yeah, and a lot of that is also just ignorance as well. Like, 'cause they say if you are to um, breed or mate when the ovulation is at its peak, you have a greater chance of having a male son, a male baby.
Exactly.
But if you do it further out, the chances are, if you're not on time and you're just randomly ejaculating, the chances are greater if you have a female because the female sperm supposedly lasts longer in the canal, and so yeah, if you ejaculate early in the early stages of ovulation or maybe beforehand, it might take days to make it to the egg, but the only energy that will be left at that point will be the feminine.
Right. And then, of course, the environments that an impregnated female exposes herself to or is exposed to also create a biochemical imbalance that brings about a female. The male code is what determines the so-called sex or gender of the offspring. But that can be altered through trauma. And that's why you have all of these various dysphoria, so-called dysphoria occurring again. These are not accidents, of course. In the realm of this place, when sentients act in accordance, they don't accept toxicity in the ground or the soil or the water because they know that we all have to drink from that. They don't accept, so there would be no major companies and their CEOs, nor the workers, because no one would work for these companies no matter what. You couldn't pay anyone to come there and poison, whether it's poison where you live or poison where someone you don't care about lives, as you've seen with so-called racist environmental pollution, where toxic substances are dumped into the so-called marginalized or so-called ghetto areas. You wouldn't stand for that because you know that it's all connected. There would be no news reports of all these so-called moguls and greedy individuals because you wouldn't tolerate it. They literally, like you asked earlier about, things persist because of what? Because of what you do or what you don't do. It's both. So it's what you indulge in. You indulge in, as you mentioned, the snake eating itself. You indulge in that entire action. You don't have to. You have a will, or do you have a will? The next time you're in your car and you're going through that drive-through, stop, wait, don't order, and when the cars pass in front of you, just keep going. Don't put that stuff into yourself. You cannot separate your sperm from the Big Mac. Everything that goes in you goes in you. It is all connected. You cannot separate your eggs from those margaritas that you're drinking at the nightclub. Even though you're not pregnant, you still got AIDS. So put it down. In fact, get out of the so-called club.
For just basic sanity, you would want to have good hormonal flow and communication with your,
Do you know
know,
what high decibels do to the uterus? That's why I mentioned about a nurturing niche, not just when the woman is pregnant, but when she is about to, when she has come to with her mate, with together in unison, decide, okay, now let's build upon the time that we're going to procreate. So that means, okay, if you're working, you got to go on leave of absence. If they won't give you a leave of absence, quit, and you are to remain around the home. And that home is not to be a toxic place nor a violent place, and it has to be a calm place. That means no Wi-Fi. Oh, you didn't think Wi-Fi is violent? Yeah, that's violent. It's doing to you damage no different than someone beating you up. In fact, worse. So you would be in spaces where you're not going to damage your uterus, you're not going to damage the egg even before they're fertilized. And the same thing goes with the sperm. The only difference is you can build up walls of protection, certain amounts of them. Obviously, you know, being impervious to plastic, the plasticizers is not something that you can do easily and readily, especially on a so-called diet of crap. If you want to protect your fertility and your legacy within, then there's certain things that you have to do. You cannot indulge in the things that you're doing and expect that to occur.
yeah, and then like if you extrapolate that out into the whole collective, you got people, so many people doing that in mass, all the males doing that in mass. It's just uh, feeding, it's feeding something that is destroying everything.
You're feeding the parasite. And as I mentioned before, don't just think of them in a certain level or realm. They come in the various forms, from the two-legged to the virus to the bacteria to the worms and so on. Even cancer, so-called. Yeah.
So, uh, yeah, I guess I kind of wanted to pivot into the so-called resets or recreations, as you put it the one time. I had, I always come across people posting things that, about the resets every 250 years. 250 years is the max a civilization supposedly lasts before it crumbles and stuff like that. And, you know, I've read that 90% of the population gets wiped out. And then I remember one time you were saying that the people that get caught up in getting wiped out, uh, they're basically used as fertilizer. And I've seen people saying things like, they take the DNA of the dead and they clone. That's where the clone, a lot of the cloning comes from, and that's how souls end up. Kind of like you always reference that movie Jet Li, the one when it's like he got a bunch of Jet Lis he has to dissolve because it's like uh, fragmenting his energy to where he can't consolidate his focus. And there's these cyclical recreations and what have you. And I was looking at a map from the late 1700s, I think, and it had California as an island, and it was talking about the Northwest being the people. I think the Mozambique people in the Pacific Northwest, and supposedly they were like a colonist type people, or like they looked kind of like the colonists. They wore boots and everything, and they were somehow people. The video I was watching was kind of a whitewash, where he was like, "Oh, these are white natives, and then there's black natives, and and so he was emphasizing like these are people that it was called like no man's land basically, or like the parts unknown in the Northwest. And I just I guess I just wanted to know like how many people like throughout like how many remnants have there been, and do they create camps like through if you survive through a recreation, like all right, I made it through the flood or the fire or the meltdown or whatever, and now I'm like in a camp somewhere on the realm, and you know you might be displaced or you might be at home, but now you just made it through, and so I guess you have like different things, different like I guess pieces that for some reason seem to be out of place, like whether it be the boss people, like all these different people that seem to be like how they made it through. Like some clones pockets just make it through each time or what? Like in the case of the Americas, like which tribes are the tribes that you would say like, oh yeah, these are the real tribes, you know? Because you know you always hear about like you said the five civilized tribes and Sioux and all these tribes that they throw at us, but like which people are more so the people like when it comes to the names, which one are the more accurate, or did they all just have their identity stolen?
You can tell from that name, five civilized tribes, that they are not it. That is something manifested or manufactured, even better, by the encroaching so-called government system, and for the purpose of what? Setting up economy to grab resources and to help maintain the hegemonic setup and to expand from there. So, and of course, there has to be some type of contract. There's always a contract. So these so-called five civilized groups, which are more than likely a conglomerate of so-called mixed peoples and non-aboriginals, plus they're enslaved, which they don't count in their voting system, but maybe to increase their numbers, like they do in many instances. Not them, but in general, that's done around the world. Some places even include their so-called livestock to increase the numbers for whatever purposes of counting. The nations that were here were part of a larger body of the empire or installation at that time. And, and many look at maps, older maps, the ones that were put together through the Society of Cartographers. And many of those maps have places that you don't see on the maps of today, like so-called the Tartary areas. You don't see that on maps. And those so-called Tartary areas actually stretch beyond the borders into areas that one might call Canada. And then you have the so-called unnamed areas. In fact, there are some maps that actually do name the areas of the Americas. This was actually one time called Indus. So it's kind of like India Part Two, India, South India or West India and East India. So, and then we have, of course, the West Indies. And these areas obviously were populated by, not by the people that you were told they were populated by. You look at archaeology and so-called genetics. Recessives cannot bring forth so-called dominant gene groups or genetic groups. Therefore, it would not make sense to have a recessive group as the originators in one place. The recessive groups would have to come out of or be manufactured by a dominant group. And the groups that they claim were here and allegedly came through some sort of ice bridge, that doesn't hold water at all because allegedly they eventually populated all of the Northwest and down into the Americas over how long, what period of time, and why were they melanated and deeply melanated in certain places. And then, of course, if you go further to the north and towards so-called Siberia, they become very pale. What happened? Or did they intermix with the people who were here? Obviously, talking about and admitting to the original people being here is going to cause a domino effect, and that cannot occur. It will, but it's not going to occur now.
What does so when it comes to like what is the nature of an immortal cell line? Like, what, how many are there, or is it just one? And what what makes it self perpetuating? Like, is it just a signature just to let you know, okay, this is the archetype, this is the way this thing is?
It goes to the core, and that is the language that's not going to be spoken about. At least within the next 5 years, it will be only talked about in passing, and then of course it will be brought to light, and the so-called credits will be given to some so-called scientists out of allegedly Canada or Europe. And so you know exactly now the roadmap. But the original core connection exists only within certain people. You have a man who geneticists claim had the oldest Y DNA within the realm, and they proved it. His markers, his genetic markers, were the oldest. He is not from Africa. He's not from Asia. And you might have heard of him, his name mentioned before. And he's from North Carolina with the oldest DNA. And when you get caught up in these terms that the so-called history books utilize, such as New World, it is one of the tools of distraction, leading you away from truth. This is not obviously the New World. This is the old world, and they went through some cataclysms, major cataclysms, and then it was built back up again. But it was not built by the people that you see or you were told. Obviously, the so-called plains, so-called Indians, and the other groups, they're pastoral hunter-gatherer. They did not build buildings. The most that were done, if you see, they're cattle people, horse people, and they lived in tents similar to yurt. Even the structures that the so-called Europeans claim to have built, and when I say Europeans, I'm talking about the early ones, the so-called black ones, they had to have assistance to build them. They didn't have enough people to bring over here to build them. Were they slaves? No. These are people who were here, and they already had the capacity, the capability to build many of the buildings. In fact, they built many of the buildings that the Europeans came over here and inhabited, and then brought with them their slaves. So remember before I talked about who were their slaves that they brought with them. They brought with them their pale slaves. Or their children. So no differently than what was done, they did it again. When you hear of so-called Thomas Jefferson, he's doing nothing different than his ancestors, slave masters. They made it with his relatives, and they were his relatives' masters. Many of these so-called gentry of the so-called 18th century, the so-called white gentry, they trace they're like first and second generation out of slavery.
So when you talk about Thomas Jefferson having slave family,
Yeah,
is it just
he's like fresh out of slavery. He's probably his grandfather or father was probably a slave. And I don't, you have to get again the indoctrination, which tells you by default associate slave with so-called black or so-called Negro. Hence the reason why we constantly put these tags in front of names and don't in front of others. So get out of your head the whole concept of slave. Keep in mind its origins in the word Slav, and the Slavic is not a so-called melanated individual.
Yeah, from the accounts that I've read, Thomas Jefferson had red hair.
Correct. And many of his cousins were enslaved on plantations, and they weren't from so-called illicit affairs between or so-called sexual assault by they were literally that way already. They came over from Europe that way.
Inbreeding.
Inbreeding, and a lot of the inbreeding was done by a lot of their so-called black or European slave masters. It's hard to conceptualize, and in the world of in the hegemony, in the language of the hegemony, you don't want to bring that to light because it just breaks down the self-esteem and it just causes a lot of problems for it. You have to have arrogance. The thing about an empire, you have to have arrogance. Arrogance is one of the main blinding forces. It tells all the people, regardless of their hue or so-called race, that you are the epitome of, or you're at least within the epitome of living, of modernity. Nothing transcends this. We are the top of the top. Cell phones. The people of today invented. The people of the past, they were stupid. Yeah, go with that. That's what's implied, and sometimes that is exactly what is said. I've stressed this before. Don't go with that. That is an outright lie, and just use basic logic to determine that it doesn't make sense. If we can accept that there was high intelligence in much of the architecture of the so-called distant past, then why did it just stop there? They're walking around in loincloths, but yet still they have laser precision in all of their buildings. Stop.
So they had amazing technology to where they could clone people, and
Mm-hmm.
they had these clones, I guess, doing like menial tasks because they had the technology to build anything. But then you had like this, I guess, you wouldn't need that many slaves because you've already got the technology. You don't need slaves to do physical labor in that way. And so you would have, I guess, your little errand boy or whatever, Thomas Jefferson's people were or whatever, and I guess, you're not bringing that many of them over.
No, that's again, and you've heard me say this before. Logistically, it's silly. Uh, you you can look at the same
And
rhetoric
and if
from the
and
same sources. They all come from the same schools of thought, and they promote it. Many of them are melanated, so-called black. Some are not even from the U.S. They're from UK or mainland Africa or the Caribbean, but most of them are from, for the most part, the U.S. And then, of course, you have the other factions, the so-called white factions, and they all work together. They're confederate, and they work together to maintain the lie and the fact,
uh,
you know.
yeah, yeah, no, I mean like that. Then when it comes to like if you're inbreeding to create a recessive or to keep people recessive,
Mhm.
I guess to have a more docile, more controllable slave. But what I've seen from dogs, they're mammals too. I don't know if it translates directly, but when you overbreed a dog, to try to get certain traits, they become more aggressive. They snap.
Mhm.
Is that what happened?
With which groups?
Well, I guess with any of the inbred slaves.
Well, there's a level of intelligence when breeding. This is I presume or presumably not haphazard. At least the so-called old world people trade. I guarantee you that it was not haphazard. They didn't just do things randomly. Maybe during the latter parts of the 19th, 18th, and 19th so-called centuries, yeah, those groups might have been doing things haphazardly and getting whatever result. So that's why you see what you see and you got what you got in those days. But I guarantee you that the people before them, because it's in the writings, it's in the artwork. These were no dummies. The people who were indulging in them, obviously, not the wealthy. They had people, they had scientists who were doing this, just like today. You don't get your hands dirty, you hire someone to do your dirty work. So these are people who, you read about alchemists, you read about these individuals who were turning, who were transcending the physics of the laws of physics and creating or manifesting things out of substances that they didn't come from. This is high intelligence. And of course, if you were a potentate or wealthy so-called elite, you'd want these people on your staff. You hear about Solomon and read about Solomon. They talk about his great wisdom. He created a system that manifested demons and controlled them. That's high intelligence. Cannot be emulated today, or at least it will be copied today. But these are not originators. These are copycats. And which group gets copied the most? So it pays right. So it behooves the empire structure to maintain the, I guess you can say the person in the fore position in the dark as the shadow.
I mean, they're still copying Henrietta Lacks's cells for all the research on disease cancers.
Right. And she's not the only one. There's several others. Hers is the one that was told and talked about and written about and, I guess, leaked, allegedly leaked to the media. But there are at least 12 others who have these so-called immortal cells. And they all share the same thing in common. They're not Asian, they're not Italian, they're not Caucasian, they're not any of the other groups that you would think of, and they're not even African. They all come from the U.S. So what are they telling you? In order to have that degree of diverse markers in one's so-called genetics, one has to be beyond ancient.
What what does I mean? I guess you could talk about any vaccine or shot, injection, inoculation, better terms than vaccine. But what does the shot actually do to a person? Because even if the people here aren't haven't gotten one, somebody close to them probably has, and I'm sure they're probably fearing for their life. So, like, what does the shot? What does the shot turn off in a person? Because I was reading a study and it was just saying that um, the pineal glands of people that got it is complete. They're just off basically, or destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I guess they wanted to get as many shots into as many applications as possible, and they would take as much collateral damage to the clones. It didn't matter.
Well, you know
Was that
this
the
much that it's not it's not accidental and it's not innocent or innocuous. You know that much just from being astute, not even astute, just using basic sense. You know that from the purpose of a so-called vaccine, that its purpose is allegedly to convert with the intent, well, so-called intent. Where's the intent? Is the intent embedded in the substance? And whose intent? And are you to trust someone else's intent? Well, that's basically what's going on. So the intent is in the substance, and the substance has to have a particular purpose that happens over a period of select time, or, or to be dormant and then triggered by certain circumstances. Allegedly, those circumstances being you come in contact with an antibody or whatever, and then the built-in intent within the substance kicks in and protects you, like some magic shield. Isn't that what it's supposed to do? Isn't that what the storyline is? What you're supposed to believe when it comes to so-called vaccines?
You call it a vexing,
Yeah, pardon that.
like a vexation of spirit.
Exactly.
So this thing is basically a self-defense system for the true self. It's like locking the true self out.
Again, the intent, you asked about intent before, remember?
Yeah.
Well, you
Yeah.
you can embed intent in many things, from a symbol to, well, think about, what does a witch do when the witch is making a brew? Not just mixing things because they sound good or to gross people out. It's to put intent into the concoction so that the intent will now be carried out within the vessel of the target. Isn't that what a vaccine does?
But the target would be the Aboriginal. I'm assuming like they like, well, we don't care how many clones and mankind and byproducts that we hit with this. We're gunning for as many Aboriginals on the earth that we can get.
Yeah, that would be the primary target, and everything else would be just collateral damage.
And so it's basically kind of like it's just like a big charade. They're just like, look, all these people around you that got it, but these are clones. One time you made the statement, you were talking about somebody that you knew that got the vaccine, and you were like, I knew that you were going to get the vaccine. How come you didn't know you were going to get it?
Yeah, there was one of my students who had gotten the vaccine, and I think they even called in at one point because they were upset with their decision. So again, the state has to be invoked within the, the the participant, and you can do that through many means. Marketing is a way, they call it marketing, but marketing is a way to create a state or manifest a state and then get the permission or the action or inaction of the target. So they use marketing, some say fear tactics, emotional plays to get people to take so-called vaccines. If you don't get it, you are going against your, your duty as an American or your duty as whatever country you're from. If you don't get it, you're irresponsible. You're going to infect someone else. If you don't get it, blah, blah, all these various, conditionals which didn't really have any logical foundation to them. In other words, the result and the conditional were imbalanced. Like, for example, you shouldn't cheat because if you cheat, you could get AIDS. What? That doesn't make sense. You shouldn't so-called cheat because maybe it's just not the right thing to do. If you've made a promise not to, has nothing to do with so-called AIDS.
I mean, it just, I guess, it's just like any other program, but it's they some like when you have those people like your students, the people around us that got it, that make it seem like an action option.
Mhm.
It like reinforces, I guess, the state, but it's just like this massive charade around people that are actually present, actually aware.
Well, you could call it a big test because, for one, it showed that the level of knowledge has dropped, basic knowledge. Why would you accept something in you that has the words or the letters RNA in it or DNA in it? Why would you want somebody's DNA in you? The only beings on this realm that should want someone's DNA in them are females, and she has to consent and she should be very wise and knowledgeable before she accepts that DNA into her. But we know that that doesn't happen a lot.
Yeah, that's a rarity.
So here you have the world just basically taking DNA, and it's not even DNA from just a being, it's DNA from who knows what. It's a concoction, it's a brew. The witch, as I said before, the witches of Macbeth would have been pleased.
So how long do people have, or are they just being used as?
It all depends. You know, there is a window for most, but you don't have to fall prey to it. There are ways out of it, and I mentioned them. You can refer to those podosodes. They're online, and in fact, there are two articles. I show you two things that can be done to basically undo, not reverse, but undo the damage and cease the activity of the invader. It doesn't take much, but you also have to change how you dwell in this realm. In other words, how you live. A little price to pay for a silly decision.
So this realm was it was a result of something more real. Something like that. Remember one time we were talking about um, you were saying like it's constantly in cycles. It's not like in a fixed, I guess, state. It's not in a state of constant. And so, is this an extension of a more real realm, and that was colonized, and then by virtue of that colonization, we're colonized for the most part.
No, I would surmise that the so-called colonization is something that is an offshoot of so-called people activity.
Like I was asking just to say, were the dreams colonized first? Was that the first inlet for the parasite, the dream?
I see what you're saying. I mean, I think I got what you're saying as far as uh, comprehending. You could say that dreams were the primary target, whether or not they were the first place. Mm, According to all the books that you have mentioned and I have mentioned, it says otherwise, that the physical realm was targeted first. The physical being, the vessel, targeted. And then, of course, from there, everything else is open game, including the realm of dreams.
It went from a slow creep on the physical into
Much like today, you know, you infect the food, you infect the water, you infect the people, you infect the so-called systems of, or not systems. Well, yeah, you can call them systems of so-called knowledge, and you pretty much got the whole thing sewn up, almost. The next is the core of each.
But they tried to homogenize the dreams to further homogenize the system. But um, just as things are in their cycles, just as like the recreations or resets are in their cycles, I'd imagine that an Aboriginal, it's like any being, I guess, like you go through adolescence, you go through puberty. There's got to be a point in your life that is like I don't know if you want to call it a reset point, but a point where it's a threshold, I guess, in a lifetime or a generation of an Aboriginal. It's like, all right, we've reached this year. This means this in the overall cycle for everybody, because all the cycles are like kind of generated off the original being and nature of life, I guess. So I was just wondering, like, is there a point inside of you where you're like, all right, I know once I get to this year, being that I'm part of the host population here, since I'm original, that we reach this year, and I know that that means this, that, and the third. Like we're gonna have these results because of what I'm experiencing inside my body is part of what all the originals are experiencing. It's like
Probably one of
is
the
is it
probably
a
one
year?
of the long-winded questions of the evening. Uh, I'll I'll just say this lastly. There, if you look at the images, you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, pardon. I said if you look at the images on the profile, you'll well, maybe not now because I added something to them, but if you had looked at them a few days ago, you would have noticed a message in the image, and I usually do that in the image, and it referred to the podisode that you and I, a question you had asked during the podisode, and the answer was about the culmination, or basically the overhauling of certain religions, or pretty much all religions, and a massive change starting with a particular sign. And you asked, when will it begin? And I said, it already has begun.
We were talking about the astrological alignments, astronomical alignment.
The image, I kept it basic so that those who saw it would be able to, if they were listening and then they saw the images, they would be able to make the connection. So with everything, there is a symbol. Something is a catalyst. So this particular event was a catalyst. And yeah, it does tie in with astrological. You have to just know how to read the so-called astronomical signs. But yeah, it has a connection. But those images were very simplistic, and I pointed that out. I don't know if anyone actually picked up on it. But if you do, send an email. And I'll send you a membership. Or I'll send you a PDF, your choice. I think a book would be a good idea.
Okay.
So that's more than a full plate.
Yeah, yeah. We come to the conclusion here for sure for today, night, morning, or wherever all the people are. But yeah. Um,
15 seconds remaining.
I thank you, Pharaoh, at pharaohshouse.com, or pharaohshouse.com, and at